coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I'm happy to be here with each and every one of you. We're going to have a great show today. We're going to be updating about what's going on in the U.S.-Iran conflict. We're going to be talking a bit more about what's happening with the U.S. economy, partially as a result of this conflict, but also other factors that are affecting America. And we'll have a breakdown of that in a moment. We'll be talking about the No Kings event that happened yesterday. Did it actually have a success? Did it make an impact on America or the rest of the world? That's a really big question. And how will that affect the 2026 midterm elections, if it affects it at all? Talking about the 2026 election, how about some of the races out there? We know we've talked about Jasmine Crockett, and she lost her race as we predicted long ago. We have another prediction looking at the New York governor's race and Bruce Blakeman and what he is now doing, what he's just come out and done. We're going to update you a little bit about that as well. We'll be talking about all of these things, but most importantly, we will be talking with and about you. You are the most important factor in all of this. That's why we do this now in our 9th year out of the 20 years that I've been doing political commentary. This is a conversation, and your voice is important. I hope you will reach out to us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, on X, to add your voice to the conversation, to tell me what you think about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak out, whether you agree or disagree with anything that we have to say here on this program. So I look forward to it, because it's not just me speaking to you. This is a conversation. It is a discussion. I should mention that you may have noticed we had a very busy week. I was out on location covering the New York governor's race and some of the things happening there. I am not in Lehman right now at Lehman College in the Bronx, where Bernie Sanders is trying to convert a bunch of the Bronx students into socialists like himself, although they won't get the perks that Bernie Sanders has gotten, which would be 3 houses and being a multimillionaire. But he's going to convince them that they shouldn't have what he has. They should accept having way, way less, as long as they're socialist. But since we're not going to be there, I wanted to be here to talk with you guys. We're going to go right into the program and share with your thoughts. I look forward to seeing each and every one of your comments as we go through. So with that said, let me jump on over right into this. There is some breaking news, and we will go throughout the show with breaking news whenever we can. But I just saw that this came out from The Guardian. Almost all of the sources that we use on this program are either original government sources or from the left. We almost exclusively, well, not exclusively, we avoid and try not to use any right-leaning sources whenever possible. Yes, I am a Republican, I am conservative, but to prove the points that we are making, we look almost exclusively only at left-leaning, internationally credible sources whenever possible. So we have this comment, which is coming from, this is from the Guardian, and their comment, and I thought this was interesting. We'll talk a little bit later in the program about this in more detail. But what they note here is the third No Kings protest drew in 8 million people worldwide. 8 million people participated. Now, a lot of Americans will misunderstand that. And they'll think it's 8 million people. Many of the news media, the left-leaning news media, were saying, well, there would be 9 million people in the United States alone that would be supporting the No Kings protest, the leftist progressive ideology being spread throughout America. And that would make it the most successful they have ever had. And yet, that's not the truth. And I want to point this out because people will be misled by the headline here, and many people will misunderstand its meaning. This means that the No Kings March is a failure. It failed to reach its target, and it's reaching less people than the last time that they had one of these marches. That's the thing to take away from this. The key word here is worldwide. 3,300 locations in the United States and multiple countries, in particular, we're talking about the European Union and the United Kingdom, but multiple countries were able to get to a estimated, and that's a key word, estimated 8 million. By the way, there is no understanding. Where does that estimate come from? We have no idea. A bunch of activists. There is no hard count that is available. It's just a bunch of activists that picked a number and said, that's our number. That's how many people participated. Even though in some parts of the United States, you had one person standing out with a sign, maybe 5 people in some communities, but in progressive bluer than blue strongholds, yes, in Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, you had 200,000 people coming out. That has been a hotbed of progressive politics. In New York City, which has far more people, there's 8 million people living in New York City. A couple thousand showed up in New York City for the protest. Same thing in LA, Boston, much smaller numbers than what we have seen in the past, which is important. But I wanted to make sure that we did address this because even as I speak, there are spin doctors out for the left who are trying to say, well, this was 8 million people. It was a great success. We hit our target, which they initially were saying was 9 million. And again, they were saying 9 million US alone. And in fact, they hit supposedly 8 million worldwide. That means this was a failure. But I wanted to highlight that, and we'll get more into the No Kings protest. And it's not the third. This is the 4th or 5th, depending on how you would like to count. It's the 4th or 5th No Kings event. They changed the number and the names of these things based on how much success they have. But I'll get into that a little bit later in the program. Let me start off with something perhaps a little bit lighter. Some news that may not be as serious as we have sometimes seen. And as you can see here, what we have on the screen is Bill Maher. Now, this is being reported by the Joe Rogan Podcast News. It is their commentary account. But they got a clip of Bill Maher. And I'm going to show you the clip of Bill.
Woke ain't dead. Here in California this week, they canceled the governor's debate because some people were outraged that the top 6 candidates were all white, even though this is what the people voted for, and the people are 62% minority. If their opinion was Javier Becerra is fucking awesome, we'd know. And for the record, just because the top 6 candidates are all white, it doesn't mean there's no diversity. I mean, I see all different types of people I don't want.
So there we go. We get to see Stephen A. Smith, who showed up on Bill Maher, as he's trying to build up some kind of political credibility in his hopes of potentially running for the 2028 presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. I will again say and predict he will not run, not more than 1 month, that he will wind up being exactly like Oprah. And many people may have forgotten that Oprah, back in 2024, she was running, for the 2024 election. She ran for 1 month, literally the month of January. She put out feelers and said, I may want to run. Oprah Winfrey wanted to run for the Democrats, for the presidency. And in 1 month, her entire persona got destroyed. She was literally, she was a laughingstock politically about her run for office. And she dropped out of the race. It happened with Michelle Obama. So this is why you don't see either of them in this format. And that's why we're not hearing about them. But in particular with Bill Maher, what we're seeing here is that the insanity of the left is all-encompassing. You can never be woke enough. That's a big thing for the left. You can never, even in the bluest of blue states like California, even in LA, and talking about their governorship, looking at their candidates, you can never be progressive enough. You can never be leftist enough. 62% of the population of California is some form of person of color, whether it be Hispanic or Black, Asian, Native American, individuals from other countries, a lot of people from other countries. No matter how you want to look at it, they picked the Democrats they thought were best to replace Gavin Newsom. The highlight of this story is Gavin Newsom is being replaced. That's good news. But in looking at every one of the choices that the left had, where is it? Come on, bring it up. There it is. So in looking at these individuals, they all happen to be white. And almost all except one is a white man. One of them, Eric Swalwell, is an existing member of the House of Representatives. And you can see they didn't want any of them. They literally said, oh, no, this isn't woke enough. They're all Democrats. They're all hardcore Democrats. You may recall Kathy Porter at the beginning. We did a show on her. She was leading at one point until she publicly blew up and embarrassed herself because she has absolutely no care or concern for anyone except herself, her power. And that was revealed in a series of videos. And these are her competitors. They're equal with her. And Eric Swalwell, a man who was sleeping with a Chinese spy, was, we believe, influenced by the Confucius Institute at his college, where he met the Chinese spy Fen Fen. And that led to him getting into office with the Chinese Communist Party spy, helping all of his election campaigns. This is what California has. And that's still not far left enough. Having a member of Congress who directly aided and abetted the Chinese Communist Party's spy is not left enough in California. And they're just like, no, we can't actually have a debate. You have to artificially, because of DEI, you have to insert and inject people of color. Blacks and Hispanics have to be put on that stage. They're not qualified enough. They're not popular enough. They don't have the money, the support, but it doesn't matter because this is a clown show, as it is often said these days. that this is all about breads and circuses, that this is just a show. It has no real importance. It's not that they're looking for the person who represents them the best, the person who has the best policies, the best outlook, the most efficient or effective person to be the governor. No. They're looking for who can virtue signal the hardest. And to be able to virtue signal in California, you must be competing with, there has to be a Black person, preferably a woman. There has to be an Hispanic, preferably a woman, and with ties to, or being a first generation immigrant from some Latin country. You have to have these things. And that just makes me wonder, what is wrong with them? Bill Maher is himself calling them out. And Bill Maher by no means is anywhere near the center of America, let alone the right. And he has to call it out. This is stupid. This has no benefit. Stephen A. Smith, the other Black woman on his stage as part of his podium, they're all laughing because it just tells you Democrats aren't trying to do what's best for America or for any American citizen. They're doing what's best for their political ideology, their power, and their advantage. That's it. And you should remember that as Gavin Newsom prepares to run for the 2028 presidential election. You should remember, as we listen to individuals like Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell, as they try to convince us that you have to go blue, you have to vote Democrat, or else the world will end. They don't care if it does. They just want your vote, your money, and power. And this is just one example of that. DEI doesn't help. I feel really bad because this means that somehow, there's going to be a Black Democrat from California, probably a woman, probably gay, and there's going to be a Hispanic woman, probably gay, probably a first-generation immigrant, a naturalized American citizen, that will be put onto the stage, and they are unqualified. And they will get votes, and they will be competitive because DEI, because of the color of their skin, because of their gender, because of their sexual preference. None of those things will make them good at being governor. None of those things will make them effective. That none of those things mean that you, as a California citizen or in the United States, having to absorb the financial losses, the economic downturn of California, none of that helps anyone. But California says you have to do it because Democrat. You gotta just Democrat, DEI. It's kind of sad. I don't know. Maybe it's me, and I find that to be important to highlight. And it just happened. I mean, this just came out. So I'm very upset about this news. Why is this not? Come on. Why is my screen not going back? Bear with me. There we go. Yeah. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't get it. It's possible. User has been banned is the first one to speak with us today. Hello, user. Thank you for being part of the audience. Says, I'm a trans Eskimo woman now. Vote for me. Well, that's pretty much enough to get you on the ballot in California. That's enough to get you on the debate stage in California. As long, user, you left out one thing. Are you a Democrat? You can be trans. You can be an Eskimo female overnight because you feel it. And your feelings are all that matter. But here's the thing that's important. Do you have the right political affiliation? Are you a Democrat? See, Larry Elder is Black. So you would think Larry Elder, being Black, would be a wonderful candidate for governor of California, that he fits the DEI bill. And matter of fact, he's even better. He's actually qualified. He's been involved in politics for decades. He's been involved in California politics for decades. And he's an intelligent man who's been speaking about these issues and has a plan, several plans to improve California. And he got rejected because while he's Black, and that's DEI, and he should have a voice, he's a Republican. And so for California, being a Republican and anything other than, well, being Black or Hispanic, a woman, a gay, trans, doesn't matter. If you're a Republican, that means you're white. That's the way that the left looks at it. You can be, they can tell me all the time. Here I am, I'm a black, Hispanic, straight man. None of those things matter. I'm a man and I'm a Republican. But because I'm also black and Hispanic and I happen to be straight, well, that means I'm white. According to the left, that means you're white. I don't understand the mental gymnastics that goes through their head. I don't know how anyone in the Democratic Party gets to determine my blackness besides myself, maybe my mom and dad. By the way, they're Puerto Rican and black, so I don't understand how anyone else can define me, but they have to define you and say, well, that doesn't count. Because equity only applies when Democrats say it applies. Virtue signaling only is for the left, only to advance the political agenda of the left. And that's really sad. That's really, really sad. But thank you for bringing that up, user. User says, why not? He now identifies as part of the Democratic Socialists of America. Well, according to the left, if you feel like you are, then you are, and no one can question. They have to. Now that you have told the world that you are a trans Eskimo woman, part of the Democratic Socialists of America, you must be, and we must accept it. And we have to, they have the affirmation. We have to approve and affirm your decision, no matter what it is. So now you're qualified to run in California. Have a great time. I think you'll do better than Eric Swalwell, Katie Porter, or anyone else on that stage. And America would do better with you as the governor of California than anyone on that stage right now. I find these people insane. I really do. It doesn't make sense. Folks, it just doesn't make sense. And they can't explain their mental gymnastics on this. And they don't even try. They just say, no, you just don't understand. That's always the answer. It's always it's always the excuse. You just don't understand. Doesn't matter how qualified you are. Doesn't matter how involved you are. Doesn't matter how many details, how many facts you have. You just don't understand because they have a feeling and you don't have the same feeling as them. That's the biggest problem one of the big problems with the left is it's always, even the left aren't left enough for other leftists. It's insane to watch this. I mean, listen to them talk about each other. Listen to the left talk about the left. No one is good enough to be leftist enough in the Democratic Party. That's their biggest battle. It's amazing to me. It is amazing. But I don't know. Maybe I thought it was a pretty funny way to start off the show to just identify how clearly the left is lost. They are absolutely lost at this point. They have no idea what they're doing. And they're not even trying to be good at the job they want to have. And remember, running for elected office is a job. You are asking for people to hire you. I know this as a former congressional candidate myself. I know that's going out and saying, I want you to hire me. Here are my qualifications. Here are my proposals, my plans for the future. People may or may not accept that, but that's what you're doing. That's your job application, is the election. And for the Democrats, well, you're the wrong skin color. And then you're out, which is, by the way, illegal. And user has been banned, says they just call the left, just start calling you dumb and scream, oh, Nazi, when you question them. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. Because that's the ultimate answer. They want to shut you down. That's Eric Swalwell. That's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar. You listen to the left in Minneapolis. You listen to their arguments. And the answer is, well, no. You have to agree or you are the bad guy. Not them. Not what they've done. Not the situations they put themselves into. Not the consequences of what they've done. None of that matters. You are the one who's at fault for not doing what they want you to do. ignoring the fact that you have the freedom to choose. That is a basic foundational fact of the American government, of being an American citizen. You have a right to choose. And they say that doesn't count because they want to choose for you. It's really sad. Now, if anyone on the left disagrees with me, if anyone on the left says, Mike, you just don't understand, please come on. You have reach out, SuperChat, RumbleRant. Tell me, why am I wrong? How did I misunderstand the leftist politics that have been going on for the last 20 years? Tell me how I've misunderstood. I'm open to hear you. Okay, let me go on. So that was a little bit of the background information. Let's jump into the international aspect of what's going on right now. Once again, why am I up there? What is going on with this? Bear with me. Really? All right, I'll leave it. I don't care. What we have seen is that there is now a change in what is happening in the war with Iran. Well, and officially, I have to say, it is still a conflict because Congress has not voted for war. And the president does not get to declare a war on his own. Again, for those who've been misled by the left, this isn't a war. And the president does have the authorization through the War Powers Act of 1973 and the Uniform Authorization of Military Force used by President Barack Obama. Donald Trump does have the right and the power to do what he has been doing at this moment in Iran. Now, that's a 30-day window. We are quickly approaching the end of that window. So roughly about March 30th, President Trump should formally be going to Congress to ask for an extension of the authorization to use military forces or a declaration of war. That is what is supposed to happen. The left has pretty much ignored that. Obviously, they've been saying that this is a war. We are already in a war, and that Trump has overruled. He's usurped the power of Congress, which he has not. You may not like the war. That's fine. You may disagree with the way Donald Trump is enacting the war or the conflict at this moment. That's fine. You have that right as an American citizen. But it is not a war, and Donald Trump has not overreached his power yet. Now, after 30 days, you can make that argument. That would be March 30th. After March 30th, March 31st, then you can say, well, Donald Trump has overreached his power if Congress has not declared war or extended him the power to continue to have this conflict. Then you can make that argument. Until then, you can't. And the left knows this because that's what Barack Obama did. And they cheered Barack Obama on as he was bombing American citizens in Yemen at weddings. And those American citizens had never been charged with a crime, never convicted of a crime. They just happened to be overseas, and Barack Obama did not like them and bombed them to hell. That's why Barack Obama was known as the Obama as president. He was bombing people in Pakistan. He was bombing people in Yemen. And they happened to be American citizens, which is a massive problem and I believe a violation of the Constitution. And he should have been impeached for that. But Democrats would never allow that because Barack Obama was, the second coming of Christ in many of the Democrats' point of view. He isn't. He was a horrible president. And that's one example of it when he authorized killing American citizens without a trial, without charges. But that's me. Maybe I'm getting off the beaten path here, but that's a fact. So again, this is a conflict at this moment. It is not a war, and it is legal. You may not like it, but that is the truth. Now, going from there, in this conflict, the Houthis have now jumped in. This is coming from Deutsche Welle, the DW News. DW News is the German English news agency, the national news agency of Germany. And Deutsche Welle says the Houthis say they carried out a second attack. They've now attacked twice, but not against the United States. They've attacked Israel, not the United States. That's very important. And a lot of news media haven't mentioned how important that is. Now, if you recall, the Houthis had absolutely no problem attacking American military vessels and our shipping, oil and cargo ships. They had no problem during the Biden administration. They were actively, after October 7th, in support of Hamas. The Houthis were engaging in attacks against U.S. and U.S. ally shipping in the Red Sea. And Joe Biden was fighting against that for 18 months. He was fighting that. He lost. He failed to stop the Houthis from attacking American ships and other cargo ships like Japan and India and the United Kingdom. This caused people to die from starvation around the world. Again, the news media forgets this. They don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to recognize the failure of prior presidents, in this case, Joe Biden, to evaluate what's happening now, because the Houthis were emboldened against the Biden-Harris administration. And that made energy prices, food prices around the globe increase. And again, as I said, it starved people. Cargo ships were not able to take food that was desperately needed. They could not get that to Africa and Southeast Asia, and people were starving to death because of it. That's the Houthis. Under Donald Trump in 2025, in February of 2025, the United States had entered into a ceasefire with the Houthis. They formally ended all of their aggression against the United States in a deal with Donald Trump. Oh, you don't remember that? Maybe because the mainstream news media in America didn't talk about it. They didn't want you to think about it. They just stopped mentioning the Houthis. They just stopped mentioning that there were attacks against U.S. shipping in the Red Sea. They just forgot to mention that food and clothing and oil and energy started flowing through the Red Sea faster than it had ever been before, and that prices went down around the world and people stopped starving. Oh, you didn't think about that. You didn't know about that because CNN has an agenda, because MS Now or MSNBC, whatever the hell they call themselves, if you're talking about the Daily Cost, Huffington Post, New York Times, they're all left-leaning and they have an agenda. They want you to vote Democrat. And telling you that Donald Trump did something in the space of a month, he was able to achieve something that the Biden-Harris administration couldn't achieve in 18 months. Well, that makes Joe Biden and Democrats look bad because they failed, and makes Republicans, MAGA, and Donald Trump look good because he succeeded. And even at this moment, we see that working because the Houthis aren't attacking America. They attacked Israel. They attacked Israel, not American forces, our ships, our planes. No, they decided to go after Israel. Now, will that last? No, I don't believe so. The Houthis are doing this purely because it's in the self-interest of the Houthis. Now, a lot of people, let me step back a moment. A lot of people say, Mike, but who are these Houthis? Why were they attacking American ships in the Red Sea in 2023 and 2024 under the Biden-Harris administration? Who the hell are they? Where are they? Why are they doing this? The Houthis are an international terrorist organization. They are located in Yemen. Yes, the same Yemen that Barack Obama was bombing. Yeah, that's the same people. And so they are a terrorist organization. They are located in Yemen. They directly get their funding, their money to buy missiles is primarily coming from Iran. Now, to be fair, in 2022, Joe Biden lifted sanctions in Yemen, on Yemen and the Houthis. He took away their terrorist ranking in the United States. He took them off the known terrorist list for some unforeseen reason. And he donated about $100 million to the Houthis, who turned around, used that money to buy ballistic missiles and drones from Iran, which they then used just a year later to attack American ships in the Red Sea. That's the failure of Democrat politics. Joe Biden had no clue what he was doing, did not foresee the future, and literally paid for the weapons that were used against American military and civilians. He paid for that. That's insane. Donald Trump comes into office. He instantly puts them back on the terrorist watch list. And the United States, engaged for about 30 days with the Houthis, destroying a large number of their mobile missile carriers, and taking out their ability to attack American civilian and military assets. And then the Houthis made a deal. And they promised not to attack America anymore. And they didn't. And that's why the Red Sea is open today, because of Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, not Kamala Harris, not a single Democrat, not Democrat policies. It was because of Donald Trump. It's irrefutable, which is why the American news media didn't talk about it. Internationally, it was well known. It was well discussed. American news media, they just skipped that and they forgot to mention it. And they went on to other things. Part of the 8 ceasefires and peace treaties that were done by the Trump administration in 2025 alone. But that's besides the point. Let me get back to it. So the Houthis say they're going to attack. They're now in this war. Again, now that you understand, they are a terrorist organization. Every year, they get about $100 million from Iran because of the oil sales that Iran makes. Even with sanctions, they were able to give them about $100 million. They're able to get more money under the Obama administration because of the Iran nuclear deal that Barack Obama put America into, that gave almost $1 billion to Iran. And they shared the wealth with the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, terrorist organizations around the world. Literally, John Kerry, the then Secretary of State under the Obama administration, went on to CNBC January of 2016 and said that the United States was paying for terrorism with the IRGC because of the money coming from the Iran nuclear deal. You don't have to believe me. Look it up for yourself. CNBC, January 2016. It's a fact. And so that brings us to where we are today, living with the consequences of terrible Democratic policies that do not consider the future, do not understand the consequences of what they did. So the Houthis are in. Do I think the Houthis will attack Americans? Sooner or later, yes. They're going to attack American military at some point. I don't think they want to do it right away. I think the Houthis, they have to be involved in the war because if Iran survives, Iran gives them money for terrorism that they use in Yemen and around the Middle East. They need the support of the IRGC and the Iranian government. So they have to do something to support them. And unlike Hezbollah, which is busy being blown up by Israel at this moment, so they can't effectively do anything, and unlike Hamas, which just lost their war and they're just trying to regroup, the only organization that has some capability is the Houthis, although they're diminished because of what Donald Trump did in 2025. So now they're saying, well, we have to get in the fight. Otherwise, their future, they'll get cut off monetarily, and that means their power disappears. So they have to be involved, but they don't want to poke the bear, which is the United States. They don't want to poke Donald Trump. So they're going after Israel instead. It's the easier target. It's easy. It makes Iran, the theological, fanatical government of Iran, the Ayatollah, it makes them feel good because they're attacking Israel, which, of course, Iran wants to eliminate and destroy. And it allows them to attack a target that Iran hates, but yet not pick on America, which would decimate the Houthis, which is what Donald Trump did the first time. Unlike Biden, Donald Trump actually decimated the Houthis and their supplies and their support. So rather than directly go against America immediately, they're going to pick the softer target, the easier target, which is Israel. And mind you, it's not like they were throwing out 2,200, 2,000 missiles and ballistic missiles over at Israel. They fired 2. That's not a typo. That's not a misstatement. 2. It's a symbolic message. It's a symbolic action. It's just not to lessen the danger, because any missile obviously could kill dozens, if not hundreds of individuals if it were to actually strike. But 2 missiles are something that could easily, we have seen the Iron Dome over Israel has knocked out hundreds of missiles out of the sky, all being fired at the same time. And we've seen them knock out hundreds of these missiles with no casualties, sometimes 1 or 2 casualties, but usually no casualties towards Israel. The Houthis fired 2 missiles. 2. That's useless. It may be a statement. It is a display of support. It is a display of an attempt to do something, but they are irrelevant. They know that they have been knocked down and knocked around by the United States to the extent that they cannot really put up an effort. Now, that does not mean they are insignificant completely. It doesn't mean that they cannot provide a danger. Houthi terrorists can, on the ground, using the same suicide tactics that they have used throughout the Middle East, they could go to an embassy and blow themselves up. They could engage in ground forces fighting. They could activate sleeper cells throughout the entire world, especially in America, where some of those terrorists invariably entered America through the open border policies of Democrats and were part of the some 8 to 10 million illegal aliens that entered America under the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. Those Yemen terrorists, those Houthis, are here in America on our soil, and they could activate at any moment. So no, the Houthis, they're not a physical threat in terms of military warfare, but in terms of terrorism, they're just as real a threat as they have always been. And that is a danger to the United States as well as to Israel and to other nations around the world, Japan, England, Europe in general. They're still as much of a threat as always. So we do have to be on top of that. So I want to make sure people understood that in its completeness, because the mainstream media doesn't want to tell you the full story. They don't want you to understand the nature of the fight and the dangers that exist, because you might not vote Democrat if you understood a large part of the threat that the Houthis present at this moment comes from the Biden-Harris administration, if not the Obama administration before them. That's where the threat's coming from. That's why we have a problem with the Houthis. It's not because of Donald Trump. It's because of what Biden and also what Obama had done previously. That's why we're in threat right now. And that threat is hurting the world. There is fear that the Red Sea will once again become a target, a war zone, just as it was under the Biden-Harris administration in the last 2 years, in 2023 and 2024, which would again cause a slowdown in the amount of food, clothing, and yes, oil and energy going through the rest of the world. That means that millions of people throughout the continent of Africa and Southeast Asia will starve. People will starve if the Houthis do exactly what they did under the Biden-Harris administration. Now, they haven't, and they haven't indicated that they would do so to begin attacking U.S. ally ships and military. They have not indicated that. So they learned a lesson. Under a weak president, they can get away with that and help Iran and make money. Under a strong president, they can't get away with it. So they don't want to. But this is something that we should keep in mind and look forward. And when you're talking to your friends, now you understand better what the threat of the Houthis is and how it can impact the world. Food prices will go up if they start attacking in the Red Sea. Food prices, energy prices will go up, and people will starve around the world. Not because of Donald Trump, not because of Iran directly, but indirectly because of the Houthis, and that is a consequence of the Biden policies and the Obama policies. If there's anyone on the left that disagrees with these facts, if you disagree with the conclusions, I'm happy to have that conversation. But these are the facts that brought us to where we are today. It is indisputable. And there is more than enough information internationally to prove that. You may say ABC never said that. Yeah, but the BBC, The Guardian, the Japanese Times, the Hindustan Times, the Nippon News, God, there's so many news organizations, Financial Times, they all cover this. Everyone has covered this around the world. You, as an American, weren't told because that may change the way you vote. That's a big part of international policy and how America is. It has a lot to do with the way America feels about wars because we're not told all the information. The left edits, highly selectively edits the information you get to hear so that you will make only one choice, voting Democrat at the end of the day. That's all they care about, is to get you to that next election and make sure you vote blue no matter who. That's all they care about. And they will not lie all the time. Sometimes they do, but usually they will omit the information you need to make a clear to have a clear understanding and then make decisions based on more of the information that's available to the rest of the world they don't want you to have. So let me go on. So this is with the Houthis. That was about 17 hours ago. And Iran, at the same time, is allowing 20 Pakistani ships, these are oil tankers and cargo ships, to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, some people believe, and there are other nations that are able to do this, it is believed, although not confirmed at this moment, that the nations, other than Pakistan and possibly them as well, that are getting through the Strait of Hormuz at this moment are paying $2 million. There is a ransom of $2 million per ship to get through the Strait of Hormuz. This is funding Iran and giving it more opportunity to have more drones, more bombs, to be able to fight with terrorism more around the world for every single ship that goes through. You can think of it as piracy. The media, the left-leaning media, will mention this as if it is a toll, that Iran is now charging a toll to get through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, and I'll show you this in a moment, Iran is saying they own it. They own the Strait of Hormuz. That is a lie. That is not true. It has never been true. So what they are doing is they are trying to steal international waters, other countries' territory, and they're trying to get rich while doing it. And that is a problem for the entire world. And that will increase, if they're allowed to get away with this, that will increase the cost of energy. It will increase the cost of food globally. It will be a bigger problem down the road. Because if they can do this once, they can do it forever. And they can keep increasing the price if we allow them to get away with it now, within 5 years, the cost is going to be $10 million per ship to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. If we do not resolve this now, the price will only go higher. More people will starve. More people will be put into poverty because of it. The mainstream media isn't telling you about the consequences. They're just telling you the fact. Iran is allowing Pakistani ships through. Iran says that they own the Strait of Hormuz. They're not telling you about the next logical consequence of this. How does this affect the world? I am. It means that everything gets more expensive, and in the future, the price will only go up. And that means that poor people in nations throughout Africa and Southeast Asia and the rest of the world will starve and they will die. That is what's on the table at this moment. But the mainstream media doesn't want to talk to you about that. Again, because then you might support Donald Trump, you might support America in trying to remove this threat to the world in the future. You might support them today to prevent that outcome from happening. And that means that Democrats won't have as much power. The left, the progressive movement, will not have as much power, and therefore, they can't let you know that. They can't talk about a future and the likely outcome. They have to tell you something that will make you vote blue. I know, I make it seem simple because it is. It really is. Now, what you are probably hearing a lot of, because since the news media doesn't want to talk about the Strait of Hormuz and the highway robbery that Iran is trying to do right now, and since they don't want to talk about the Houthis and remind you of why this is a problem today because of Joe Biden not fixing the problem back in 2023, that they want to talk about Pakistan. And there's a lot of conversation, whether it's from Deutsche Welle or other international sources, and in this case, we're talking about ABC News. Pakistan is being looked at as a middle ground. Think of it as the Switzerland, the Geneva of this Middle East conflict going on right now. A lot of countries are saying, well, Pakistan will help to create a ceasefire, if not a peace deal. But there's a lot of problems with Pakistan because they're not doing this because they're just good people. They're not doing this because it is from the goodness of their heart. It's not even entirely because of finances for Pakistan. The reason why Iran is letting Pakistani ships through and why Pakistan is the center of negotiations to end the U.S.-Iran conflict right now is because of China. It's because of money, and it's because Pakistan is in the middle of a war. Pakistan can't pick a side right now because Pakistan is busy fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan. A lot of people don't think of it that way, but that is a fact, and this is coming out. Since October of 2025, there has been a growing problem, a growing conflict between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now, America was in Afghanistan until we ran away in 2022 with our tail between our legs because of Joe Biden, 2021. And we did that because Joe Biden got Americans, our American military, he just ran away. The Taliban took over in 2021. And Joe Biden left them weapons, ammunition, helicopters, light armored vehicles, military bases, all the electronics. He gave them everything that the Taliban needed to have a fully functional military overnight. They went from a bunch of guys with a couple of handguns and a couple of rifles to a fully formed army. And the Taliban is using that fully formed army, all of those American weapons and ammunition, the money that we left, the base and the electronics we left behind, they are using that to expand their influence. because the Taliban also are terrorists. They're religious, fanatical terrorists. That's a fact. And they are looking to spread their influence around the world. Slowly, but definitely. They want to expand. They call it an emirate, which is basically an empire based on theology. And they are looking to expand that. They're doing it through various groups, including one that's called the TTP, which is just a terrorist organization, a cell of Taliban ideology that are attacking Pakistan directly. And this has been building up, and the conflict has gotten worse and worse and worse. Month by month, it has just escalated. And now there is a full-fledged war going on. The world hasn't paid attention to it much because the world has been busy saying Orange Man bad. Everyone, every left-leaning nation has been busy screaming about Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. Did you know Orange Man bad, especially in America? That is one reason. Plus, they don't want to talk about Afghanistan because the Taliban lied to the American people. They promised under Joe Biden in 2021 that if America would just run away, if we just left Afghanistan, then women would be treated well, that they would abide by international law and regulations, and they would be a nicer, kinder terrorist organization ruling that country, Afghanistan. Of course, they lied. Immediately after the America left Afghanistan, women were chained into their kitchens, figuratively, not literally, but they were denied the ability to work, to drive. In fact, many schoolgirls were poisoned in Afghanistan, just like in Iran, for learning how to read and how to write. I kid you not. I do not make this up. Look it up if you don't believe me. Afghanistan followed Iran in the idea of poisoning schoolgirls to stop them from learning how to read and write because it didn't match their theological ideology. They didn't believe in that religiously. And so they punished their own citizens. Now, you might think, well, what about the National Organization of Women? What about all those international women's groups that are there screaming about protecting women? Yeah, they only do that in first world nations. They only do that in nations that lean socialist. They don't make those complaints about the Taliban. They don't talk about Pakistan. They don't talk about Iran. They don't care because they know in other nations around the world, no one's listening to them. No one cares what they think. They have no power. But in the left, in the first world, in America, Europe, England, they have power. So they're constantly screaming about these things, even though they don't care. When was the last time you heard any American leftist organization that believes in feminism, third wave, fifth wave feminists? When was the last time you heard them talking about Afghanistan? When was the last time you heard them talking about the well-being of women in Afghanistan in any way, shape, or form? Would that be 2023, maybe 2024? The last time I saw any articles about that was in 2023. They gave up. They let it go because it would make Democrats look bad in America to understand that what Biden told you, he promised. He said, nope. He talked to the Taliban. They're not going to harm women. And immediately they started harming women. They didn't even think about it. They didn't even give it a year. They immediately started berating and taking away women's rights and powers. They tell you that, oh, Donald Trump, he's going to take away all your rights in America. All the women are going to lose all their rights. No woman has lost any right in America. None. The left would like to tell you, oh my God, you have no more rights. Just like they say that to black people. Oh my God, you're going to be a slave. No black American citizen is a slave. No woman is tied to the kitchen. No woman has lost any of her rights because Donald Trump, MAGA, Republicans are in charge. Not one. Has not happened. That is a lie. That is propaganda. But in Afghanistan, they did, and they don't talk about it. So Pakistan is in this war with Taliban. The Taliban wants to grow their ideology, their religious beliefs. Pakistan is fighting against that. This is why Pakistan isn't directly involved in the war with Iran, though they support Iran. Pakistan are Shia Muslims, just like Iran is, except they have a different belief. Pakistan doesn't believe in the Ayatollah. Iran does. But they're both Shia Muslims, so they're on the same kind of side. And so they're working together. And there's yet another reason why Pakistan is so deeply involved in this right now. And that's China. Another thing that the American news media won't tell you about this, and the mainstream news media don't talk about this. It's important. Why is Pakistan the one that everyone is circling around? Why are they going to Pakistan to try and make a deal between America, Israel, and Iran, in particular, America and Iran? Why are they talking? Because China. Because China indirectly is influencing this entire thing. Now, we know for a fact that under the Biden-Harris administration, because of the sanctions that were put onto Russia, Russia was working with Iran and China. They all came together because they all hate America, whether it's because of capitalism or because you have the freedom of speech, it doesn't matter, freedom of religion, whatever the reason, those three nations, Russia, China, and Iran, hate each other. Ideologically, their fundamental views of the world hate each other. They can't stand each other. But they hate America more than they hate each other. And so they work together to get around all of the sanctions by the Biden-Harris administration and the UN. And that's why you see that oil and gas were going from Iran into China indirectly. How did they do that? Pakistan. Pakistan, and this is part of the reason why Pakistan is able to get through the Strait of Hormuz right now, because it helps China. Part of the oil that is being sent from Iran into Pakistan is actually going to be resold to China. China needs this because they were getting a ton of oil, about 80% of the oil that was coming out of Venezuela was going to China. America cut that off. 50% of the oil that was being shipped out and sold by Iran was going to China. This war effectively stopped that. And if America is successful in helping the Iranian people rise up and take over and change their government, well, they probably won't be as much friends with China as the Ayatollah is. Therefore, China's losing. China needs to change this situation. They need to keep the Ayatollah in power. And if they keep him in power, they'll still get the same amount of oil that they have been getting, if not maybe more. But they can't do that publicly. If they do it publicly, well, they will get backlash from Europe and England, the United States. All the world powers will give them a backlash for helping Iran, a nation that is known for two things: terrorism and oil. That's it. That's all Iran has: terrorism and oil. And if they are directly helping Iran, well, they will get more sanctions on China, which China can't afford. Especially since I believe that the reason why they are so dependent right now is they've been building up a navy, one of the largest navy, in fact, the largest navy in the world. They doubled or are about to finish doubling the size of their navy. Is that important? Well, for Japan, for Korea, South Korea, for the Philippines, for Southeast Asia, yeah, it's massively important. Because most of those nations believe that China will use that navy to invade Taiwan, and probably as a consequence, they may try to take over either the Philippines, South Korea, and or Japan. That they will definitely use their now double the size Navy, the largest Navy in the world, to try and influence, to pressure each of those nations in most of Southeast Asia in a long-term path to taking over all of Southeast Asia. But to do that, to run those naval ships, they need oil. It's just that simple. And now they lost a lot of the oil coming from Venezuela. And now they're losing oil coming from Iran and potentially losing that forever, which means their Navy, they'll have all the boats. They can't move them anywhere. They're useless. They might as well be a rock in the middle of the ocean. It can't, if they don't have the oil, they can't go anywhere. They can't do anything. This is a problem for the future of China trying to assert its power throughout Southeast Asia. So China, which is good friends and have been working directly, and you can see this here from the Eurasia Review, they note, and this is coming from, let me quote this properly, this is coming from their Middle East strategist. This is Dr. Nadia Helmi, who is an Egyptian expert on Chinese politics. And you see her face there. And she says, and she is highlighting in part, and I'm only taking a part of this. After the show, you can look up the links. You can read this entire article for yourself. But what she notes here is that China seeks to leverage Pakistan's strong relationship with the Middle Eastern nations and Islamic countries to bolster the geopolitical strategies of China. Pakistan is the doorway. Pakistan can't buy oil directly from Iran. Excuse me, China cannot buy oil directly from Iran, but they can buy it from Pakistan. And Pakistan gets the money they need to fight the Taliban. And they get to have more influence. And that gives them more power against India, which, by the way, India and China share a border, and they're fighting over that all the time, constantly. So let me stop here for a moment. Let me back up a little bit to make sure we can understand all of these parameters, the things that are going on. Because most people never have heard this. The American news media edits this out and does not share this information with you. China wants more power in Southeast Asia. That's the reason why Japan built their first army since 1945, because of the threat of China. In part, the threat to Taiwan, but also the direct threat to Japan itself. South Korea saw the same threat coming from China through North Korea. And so that's why today, South Korea is the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world. In the world. They used to be seventh. That was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And now, today, they're the fourth largest in the world because they are afraid of China, especially under a weak president in the United States like Joe Biden. The threat is magnified. We even saw that the Philippines spent the entire year of 2024 in a Cold War with China. Most Americans don't remember the news. We were covering it here on this channel. It is a fact. In 2024, there were constant conflicts between China and the Philippines that were raising tensions globally. Once Donald Trump came in, China backed off because Philippines is one of our major allies and we have a treaty with them, just as we do with South Korea and Japan. So until China is able to have a larger navy, which requires more oil, they aren't moving forward with their aggressive tactics, not under a strong president like Donald Trump. They're waiting, but they're also stockpiling a lot of the oil so that when they do move forward with their even larger navy, they will have the fuel to make that navy effective, at least effective versus Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. That's, again, that leads us to back to Pakistan. Pakistan is fighting with the Taliban, and they want influence and money. That comes from China. Support comes from China. Pakistan's main enemy is India. That is long-term, massive problem. Pakistan hates India. China doesn't like India. That's why they have border crossings. So China is helping Pakistan against India, giving them money and the ability to buy weapons so they can fight with Afghanistan. That's their connection. And Pakistan is the tool that allows Iran to help China, and China gets help. And Pakistan helps Iran because of China. This is all about China. Most people have never heard the actual economics, the actual military connections, the actual agreements that are going in, that are affecting us today and will have consequences in the future. The reason why it's Pakistan is because of the connection of China and its influence and its work with Iran indirectly, because they hate America. And by the way, this also helps Russia. As long as the Ayatollah exists, that structure exists in Iran, they're making drones and ballistic missiles to kill Israel, Europe, and the United States. They've said that for 47 years. They have never changed their minds. We know that Iran has built missiles that can reach Europe, to reach London at this moment. We don't know how many they have, but we know that they can do it, which means they are looking to be able to get a missile that will be able to reach America. It is just a matter of time. And so having the Ayatollah and the IRGC exist in Iran is an existential threat to Israel, Europe, and the United States. Regardless of what you think about Germany or France or England or Israel, it doesn't matter how you feel about them. These are the targets of Iran. And Russia is fighting in the Ukraine. They know that if Iran is able to attack Europe at the time that Russia is in Ukraine, they can take over the Ukraine, which gives them food, uranium, heavy metals. It gives them fertilizer, the things that the world needs to eat. Let me remind everyone, the world has been in a global food crisis. There is 30% less food in the world today versus 2019. Part of that is because of the Ukraine war, which is what Russia is fighting for: food and fertilizer that the rest of the world needs. That shortage, that 30% food shortage, is separate of the Houthis attacking ships in the Red Sea. That is separate of any oil and food and goods that are going through the Strait of Hormuz. When you add those in, then you're looking at a global shortage of food worldwide, roughly 40 to 50% less food in the world than in 2019. People are starving. You're not being told about it. You don't understand the consequences of what we are doing. In freeing up the Strait of Hormuz, in removing the threat from Iran and their terrorist supporters, which would include the Houthis, we are making sure that people around the world are able to eat. Oh, you didn't know that? I'm sure there are people on the left who never considered this, never understood the connections, did not understand that America isn't just fighting Iran and the Ayatollah. We're also fighting to feed people around the world. And the longer that Iran, under the Ayatollah, exists, as long as that government exists, the Houthis and other terrorist groups will make sure there is less food in the world. That the longer that the Ayatollah and the IRGC exist, Russia will be able to fight longer and better into Ukraine, which also affects people around the world being able to eat. And it affects, in America, the price of food. This is the world we are in. No one is telling you all of the details. And by the way, if you don't believe me, talk to anyone who's been following my channel for the last 5 years. I've been doing this for 9, and you can see this program today, the Sunday live stream, has been on for 9 years. 52 shows a year, once a week. And we've been covering the international news that the American news media does not want to talk with you about, so that you do not understand the impact of what America has on the rest of the world and how this is all connected to what you're paying in your grocery store, how it's connected to the price of electricity in America, how it's connected to the stability and safety of Americans throughout the entire world. This is all connected because it is. It's called geopolitics. And this is what geopolitics looks like. And I'm trying to simplify it so that persons who've never followed this before, you now are caught up essentially to where we are at this moment. And it may be, for many people, this might be the first time you've ever understood global geopolitics so well. This might be the first time you have a clear understanding of some of the major figures in the world and how they are interrelated, and interacting with each other. Might blow your mind. The world isn't what you're being told from CNN. They don't care. They just want power. They want Democrats to have power. They want Democrats to win the next election. So they don't want you to understand how pivotal what we are doing is to feeding people in Africa, feeding people in Laos and in Micronesia and in Thailand, and how people are living throughout Southeast Asia. They don't want you to understand how important America is to all of that. Nor the fact that America, without America, the world would go into chaos. You may not like everything. And I always have to emphasize this. You may not like it. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm not asking you to join the Republican Party or the Conservative Party or the Libertarian Party or any other third party. I'm not asking you to change anything. I'm only trying to let you understand this is the world. These are the consequences. These are the things that are happening. This is how we got here. And this is what's probably going to happen. This is the logical outcome of these facts as they exist right now. And there are people in the world who want you to be ignorant so that they can take advantage of you because they have a political agenda. If there is anyone on the left who disagrees with me, if there is any Democratic politician who disagrees with my assessment of the last 2 decades of international politics, I am more than happy to give you as much time as you may wish to cover this, to prove me wrong. Please, if you can, and you are a Democratic, if you're a Democrat politician, and if you can, please come on. I will give you 12 hours to explain the position, to say how I have misunderstood the facts of the last 2 decades. Please, let's have this conversation for America and put America at ease. If I'm wrong, please show me the correct path. Show me how I am incorrect in my conclusion or the facts that I have at hand. Let's go through it so everyone can feel safe and happy. And I have been asking Democrats to do that for well over a decade. They have never taken me up. because I am not wrong. My conclusions are correct. My facts are absolutely correct. I show you the sources, and those sources aren't from the right, they're from the left. They know I am correct, which is why they remain silent. So, that being said, and I know, that is the connection. Meanwhile, you are seeing a lot of people like this guest over on Deutsche Welle. She was on Deutsche Welle today, and she's trying to explain how Pakistan is so pivotal, but shying away from the fact the reason why Pakistan is so pivotal is because of China. Because this helps the Chinese agenda, that this helps to create a regional war in the Southeast Asia region. Yes, it will help Pakistan too. They get to have influence over Afghanistan and India. There is a lot going on, and you're not getting it all. And again, I will sit at the end of the show. You can see the links. You can go through this for yourself. You can listen to Deutsche Welle, which I review on a regular basis. You can see all these articles for yourself. How do I move forward here? Why is it doing this? I hate this thing. It's acting up. I don't know why it's doing that. Really, it's been an hour and a half. By the way, my dog's acting like he wants to go outside. He usually waits until 2 hours into the show. Hang on one second, folks. Want to go outside? Oh, you do? Okay. Well, come here. We'll go outside. Come here. Come here. All right. My dog is kind of looking at me like I'm an idiot. He's looking at me stupid. Come on, we're going outside. All right. So I'm gonna walk my dog in a second. Hey, Lunari. Good to see you, John. Glad you joined us. As always, I'm always happy to hear everyone's thoughts. By the way, if you disagree with anything that I have said so far about what's happening with the U.S.-Iran conflict, if you disagree with my understanding of what's happening with Pakistan, why they're influential, how China is influencing the U.S.-Iran war, I'm happy to hear your thoughts. That's, you can go on to YouTube or Facebook or onto Rumble or X. You can tell me what you think. You can say, Mike, I disagree. Here's why. I'm happy to hear it. If I haven't clarified some aspect of this, that there's some question that's in your mind, ask me. That's why we have this international conversation. Ask me. Let's hear from people around the world. I don't think anyone who is aware of all the details disagrees with me on the major, maybe minor details. The question is, what's going to happen when the Marines get there? Are we going to land onto Iranian soil? Should we land on Iranian soil? Well, we'll talk about that in just a few moments. What I will do, well, my dog wants to go out, so I'm going to walk out with him. Let me do this. What I'll do is we're going to take our break a little bit early. I'm going to play for you. Bear with me. I'm getting this set up for you. I'm going to play this. This was a special event with BronxNet. BronxNet was on with us. They invited me to go on to Bronx Community Television to do a special event to talk about the Trump administration to date, the 2025 until today, including the Iran war. And I had a couple of guests with me. If people enjoy this special, I will be able to do another one coming up in April. I hope you will enjoy this. And I hope you will find it interesting. Links, again, after the show will be added. You will be able to see this. It is up right now on my channel. You'll be able to see it there. I think it was a pretty good event. We will be back in about 45 minutes. Let's see, it's 4 o'clock. So 4:45. Let's say 4:45. 1 second, folks. And when we get back, we'll talk about the U.S. economy. We'll talk about the Marines landing in Iran. We'll talk about a few other items as well. So with that said, I will be back at 4:45. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Michael Voss. I'm your host for this very special moment where we're going to take a look at the Trump presidency to date, the 47th president. A lot has been happening in the world, and as we approach the 2026 midterm elections, as many people talk about 2028, as the world is changing before our eyes, we want to take a moment to look at where we have come from, where we are now, and where we will be going forward. I have with me two guests that I think will be very helpful in this to make sure that we are having the clearest view of the Trump presidency, the good and the bad. And I have with me two guests. On my right is my good friend. I do want you to know he is my good friend for over a decade, but also a candidate for governor, Libertarian Larry Sharpe. And on my right, I have with me also another great individual, and that is, and I have a great individual with me here on my left, and that is Mr. Cool Clyde. Clyde.
Call me Clyde, it's easier. It makes it much easier. I'm okay with that.
Fantastic.
Brother Clyde. You know.
He's obviously cool, so it's fine.
That works.
Oh, thank you.
So, I have my two guests, and so we have two independents, a little bit more left-leaning, a little more centrist, and of course, I myself am a conservative Republican. I've run for Congress, and I've also been deeply involved in politics and political commentary for the last 20 years. Hopefully, this balance will reach out to you, and everyone in the audience should be able to connect to at least one of my guests, if not all of us. Let me start off with something that's, I think, the easiest way to walk into this, because President Trump and his administration have been very controversial.
True.
A lot of very interesting ideas. So let's start with what has worked and what has not worked over the last, what is it, a year and 2 months now? So I'm going to ask each of my guests, first of all, what did Trump do that you agree with? What did you disagree with? The top one thing in his administration so far that has worked or has failed for each of you, and tell me why, and then I'll give you my points.
I think it's combined for me, right? I think one of the things Trump did so well was he put together a coalition of people, right? He put together the Tulsi Gabbards, the Elon Musk, the RFK Juniors, and he gave Americans a place to go who were just unhappy and bothered, right? People where I think if you look at 2024, 2025, a lot of people were looking at Democrats and going, this is not what I want. I'm unhappy with Biden. I'm unhappy with what's happening. Things aren't good. And everyone could rush to Trump as a kind of centralized figure. I think that was a good idea. Him doing that was good. It got people to care again. People felt it was almost like, it was almost in a way, this insults me Republicans, it was almost like Obama's hope and change. It was almost like that, and that feeling of we can get something done, we can do good things. I think it did get a lot of people together who weren't Democrats, and that was a good thing of getting the coalition together. But I think what happened is when he did that, he was able to get a mandate. He was able to win all 7 swing states. He was able to beat Kamala Harris in the popular vote. But I think it gave him and his establishment a bit too much hubris. I think they then began to go too far. Then they thought, I can do no wrong. I can do anything. I can keep going. And because of that, this is the part that I think was bad. They had terrible communication. at, I think, almost every level. If Trump is trying to make the tariffs work, he did not communicate that well. If he's going to go to war and bomb somebody, he did not explain that well. None of his communication came across to America well. What he was trying to achieve did not work, and I think it happened because he had this coalition, he had this mandate, and he thought, I can do whatever I want, and he failed to communicate.
Good.
Well, I come from a different perspective on that. I think, Trump, what I think that he did pretty good was he fired so many high-ranking officials. I have never seen that. Most people would think that he would go after just black people. He fired high-ranking officials. And I just think for a person that will tell you straight to your face, no matter what it is, he doesn't shake, he tells you exactly what it is. I respect that. Then to sit at a table with somebody smiling with me, eating dinner with me, making me feel like everything is okay, and next thing you know, I'm being lynched. But he will tell you straight to his face. If I don't like you, I'll call you the N-word to your face. But I respect that because at least I know not to go down that alley. If I do, I knew what I was getting into.
Yeah, I want my clan members to be wearing the hood. I want to know they're wearing the hood, right? I want them to be wearing the hood, right? I want to make sure I know where they are. Okay, that's where you are? Okay, good.
Wait. That's an interesting point of view. We're going to address that in a second. But that's what you think he did right. So, Clyde, tell me, what do you think he did wrong?
He's very disobedient to the Lord Jesus Christ.
And what do you mean by that?
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not lie. He's the highest ranking president, official. What are our young and grassroots people, for that matter, people from around the world is watching our leader?
Okay.
Hypocrisy.
Interesting. Before we get into that, because I have a few questions about that on both of your points, let me give a slightly different point of view. I think one of the best things that Donald Trump has done as the 47th president is he has dealt with tariffs. Now, I know a lot of people look at the tariffs and they think of short-term prices go up. That is a means to an end. The first thing that we have to think about is what is the purpose of a tariff?
It's my point. You're hitting my point perfectly.
Yeah, it's long-term. This is, and it is and I'll get to that part. I know what you're thinking of. But the purpose is to create self-sufficiency within our country, to be able to build up manufacturing, to be less dependent on foreign countries for essential items, to build our economy. Now, this process takes
And why are you better explain it than he is?
Wait a minute. Wait. Let me get... Hang on, Larry.
Go ahead.
I know you're very excited about this.
Go ahead.
By the way, folks, we've had this argument before. But this is essential for America to be self-sufficient, and it's a long-term 5-year, possibly 10-year plan. So that's one of the best things he did. He set up America to be self-sufficient. The problem, and one of his biggest failures in the administration to date, is that he has been communicating some of the essential items of his administration poorly. And that's usually when he's not directly connected to that issue, but he is the commander-in-chief. And so it is on him to make sure everything is clear. So I do fault him for this because people are looking at tariffs and allowing the media generally to say, well, this is short term. Next week, the price of X is going to go up. Next month, the price of Y will go up. But they fail to mention, and it's not being communicated well, yeah, but in about a year, in 2 years, 3 years, you're going to own a business. And that's going to make more money for you, your family, your community, and it's going to improve America. And by the way, the price will go down because you have that business. So that is the good and bad. And I think that's the biggest one because it has one of the largest impacts on America going forward. So that's a different perspective. Let me address something, Clyde, that you were alluding to, but you didn't mention. You're alluding a racial aspect of this. And I know there are many people who have a racial component to this president, more so than we've seen in many other presidents. Why?
Well, I never want to go and try to change anything into a racial aspect, because I think we've been playing that pattern for so many years.
True.
And it's gotten us
True.
nowhere.
You're right.
It's about the individual. Each individual. We are in a time that has never been seen before. Nothing like this. Sometimes when I look at this, I feel like I'm on Novocaine, like I'm half asleep, and this is just going to go away in about a week or so. But this is here to stay, at least in my time, in my generation.
I feel like we're going backwards in a way.
It seems that
right?
way.
I feel like we're going backwards.
But are we going backwards because of President Trump? Or is it something more cultural? Or is it more political? From my perspective, and maybe you gentlemen disagree with me, I feel that we've been led more backwards, but this is something that started with the Obama administration when he had the beer summit. And that entire environment of promoting BLM, that created a more racial aspect to America that we're all old enough to remember the 90s. And we know that America was coming together. And we had a more unified, universal view of Americans, which we don't have today. Am I wrong?
There's nothing new under the sun. All of these things is happening because of a lot of politics. This country is not a country, it's a corporation. Trump is a businessman, as we understand. However, he has plenty of family members that will benefit greatly from this.
But isn't that true of every president and all of the friends of every president, every politician, members of Senate, of the House? Everyone's connected to politics. That's normal. That's not unusual. That Trump isn't any different than any other president that has existed, or any of the leaders.
I disagree.
Nancy Pelosi has brought in hundreds of millions.
No. That's
Okay.
not true. That's
Why
not
not?
true at all. There's no doubt that Trump has been more brazen, more open, more forward than any of the presidents before. I'm not saying other presidents don't do it, but Biden tried to hide everything. Biden tried to hide his son until the last minute. They all try to hide it. Trump does not.
He doesn't hide it, but it's not unusual, nor is it something that...
You said he's no different.
Well, yeah.
He is different. He doesn't hide anything. He's openly brazen about it.
Okay, my reference of he's not any different in that he is making money while he is
They
president.
all make money. I'm with
That's
you.
my point.
Nancy Pelosi tried to lie and hide it. They all try to lie.
Exactly.
He does not. He just comes. He's the most gangster of all. He comes out and says, I'm doing it. I think that's your point,
I
right?
like his bravado, Trump's
Yes,
bravado.
that's what I'm saying. You're saying that he's not different. You're wrong. He's very different. He's straight up. He's got his kids going. I got my kids now going to go do stuff. I got my kids.
Okay.
That didn't happen before.
Okay.
It never happened like this before.
Okay, but...
And this is his point of the example that it gives to everybody else.
Wait a minute,
Right?
wait a minute.
The example that the Trump gives everybody else is just go do it. Who cares? The others, they pretended like they weren't. It's a difference. You're saying they're the same. They're not the same.
Okay, what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, that it's more obvious to the public.
100%.
And I think that's what you're saying as well, that this is obvious to the public.
Yes.
But I don't think it's an inherent difference, and it doesn't really change the presidency or how the
So
president
if you and I go and get a taxi, but you're butt naked and I'm not, there's a difference? We both get in a taxi? It's kind of different.
Okay, that is a horrible example, and you know
but
it.
it's the same.
That makes no sense.
Yes, no, because if I go
No,
and get a taxi and I'm dressed regular, no one notices me. No one cares I'm getting a taxi.
Okay.
You go out there butt naked, people are like, what? Why are you out there?
Okay, well, that
changes everything.
That's
I
very
think the
flamboyant,
politics
but
system
incorrect.
should
Go
be
ahead.
revamped all over again. I think we should come back, because a lot of times people say, you can't mix religion and politics. Well, who you think created politics? Jesus Christ. But what happened is once man gets involved, man starts to see what he can do and benefit, and he turns away from the way and the rules the way God had set things up. And so that's why there's so much corruption that's going on in the world. There's so much evil and wickedness. God has given us a chance to come back to him. This is a game that's being played over and over and over again. The next person that is coming in, they might have good intentions, good heart.
I bet a lot do.
But once they get in,
Yes.
and they start to see
Yes.
what's really going on, because I had a former manager. He was into politics, black man in particular, very good, family oriented. He took me behind the scenes and he told me, listen, When he got behind the scenes, them folks told him, there's not enough room for another Martin Luther King. He got that message.
Well, I don't know. One, that's
Yeah,
a
but
very...
your community issue, you're talking about the community, right? And I'm agreeing with you completely.
Okay.
The more we have the government demagogue come in, whether it's Trump, whether it's Hochul, doesn't matter. Whatever government demagogue comes in, when you bring government in, you remove community.
Okay.
Every single time. So now I don't have to go someplace else. The Bible doesn't matter. I got law. Jesus doesn't matter. I got a governor. I got a president.
And it's
They all
not-
get,
wait a
my
minute.
family doesn't matter because I got programs.
Wait.
And we keep
Nothing
pushing
matters.
vote,
Hang on.
Thank you.
vote,
Thank you.
vote.
Hang on.
Thank
But
you.
is it about money, power,
Yes.
do it as I will?
Yes.
Hang on, gentlemen.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's correct, but hang on. Because we're going off of what our purpose is when talking about the Trump administration. We're talking about a current presidency. We're talking about the current politics and what's going on in America. And I understand there are other viewpoints that come into this. Let me be very specific.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about religion doesn't really have a place in politics. It has a place in an individual and a person, and how you may apply your beliefs to any figure. That's on you. We have the freedom in America to do that. But what we're talking about is a government, which, yes, government does have some authority over the individual. I understand you're a libertarian. You want none of that.
I think a little bit. A little bit's fine. A little bit's fine.
But most people accept and understand that to have a society that functions, while it's a wonderful ideal as a libertarian to believe, well, we'll just all get along, that's not the reality we've seen in history. We do have governments for a purpose. And that purpose is separate of the religion. It's about having an orderly society. And I believe that Donald Trump... Hang on.
Isn't it downstream from culture?
No, wait a minute. But I believe under the Trump administration, what we have seen is that we've had a return to more orderly government, something that we have not been receiving.
They're shooting
for
people
several
in the streets.
presidents.
What are you talking about more orderly
What do
government?
you mean shooting people
People
in the
get
streets?
shot in the streets.
Are you talking about the criminals? That happens all the time, yes. And we're trying to reduce that, and that is working. What specifically? You're talking about ICE.
You just said more orderly.
Yes.
I'm looking at the words you said. You said Trump is no different. I explained how he's different. You then said orderly. This is not orderly. If
Okay.
it was orderly, Minnesota was not orderly.
Okay,
that's not true. That's why he had to
hang
back
on.
out. That's why they didn't make a deal. That was not. Now,
Larry.
Memphis, orderly. Agreed. Texas, orderly. Agreed. Minnesota, no.
Okay.
That was not. It was not orderly.
Then let's address this, because I know you want to bring this up. And Larry, I
This
love
is your fault, not mine. You brought it up.
No, it's
your
not my fault. It's perfectly fine.
What is the solution?
Well, first to address, is the nation and the world more orderly, more stable now under a Trump than, say, a Biden or an Obama or...
Oh, am I comparing them? Is that what you?
Well,
I'm doing?
that's what I'm doing, yes.
Okay.
And the answer is yes. Is there perfection in that? No.
No,
And
I agree.
And hang on. And we know that there are several factors, in particular the far left, and the further left you go, the more anti-Trump, it's called Trump derangement syndrome for a reason. We see that they are more actively and more violently against that control that we haven't seen under other presidents. Now, is Trump the same? That's a different context. You know, you're taking me out of context on that.
What are you talking
And
about?
that's what we were talking about, something completely different, and you know it, and that's okay. But
See what I put up with? See what I put up with?
yeah, we're friends, but
See what I put up
we
with?
disagree. Now, to come back, you had said your question was, how do we fix this?
What's the solution to this? Because, I mean,
To-
you know, I always try to have an ear and fight for those people, regular working people,
Yes.
particularly grassroots people,
Yep.
that might see two men on TV with business suits on or whatever, talking about politics, and change the channel.
You're not wrong.
Because they don't feel like they identify with what's going on every day. We're in these communities. We go into these stores. We see things get on the actual bus or the train or whatever. We see so many things that are not being addressed. We just keep getting pacified, putting a pacifier in your mouth, and thinking everything is just going to
distracted.
go away. Exactly.
I would say
now,
distracted.
And then you mentioned something about Barack and President. I used to call him 45, but I guess he's President 47 now. Barack opened up the door for this alphabet city. Whereas Trump may say in front of the people, he may kind of try to appease the people and say, you know, he's not for it or he's for it. But I think behind the scenes, he's not for it.
Okay, well, before you go further, what alphabet city? What do you mean, alphabet city?
Well,
what do you mean?
We're talking about, you know, the homosexual gay community. This is what we're talking
It's the
about.
alphabet people, LGBTQ plus,
Transformers.
I just want to make sure
Yes.
we're clear about what we're
Yeah.
speaking about. So that isn't, first of all, they're Americans, they have rights like anyone else.
Sure.
The Trump administration hasn't restricted them in any way. And he shouldn't. Government doesn't have a place in our bedrooms, or as how we interact as individuals, other than to make sure that no one is unduly.
Oh, they do
under
have a
duress.
place in our bedrooms. Most of our TVs have cameras in it that watch and hear what's going on. Oh, they do.
Okay, that's
when you sign on your cell phone, that's why they call them smartphones. When you log on to things, most people don't read the fine print. What you're signing on.
My
They just
FBI
want
agent, I
they
don't know
want
his
quick
name.
service, so they just click agree. But you're giving your information over to third
Clyde,
parties
Clyde, but
that get your information,
Clyde,
and the police departments
Clyde,
can now see everything
Clyde,
that you are doing.
One moment.
Come
Let
on.
me bring you back to.
That's what we need to talk to.
Wait a
We
minute.
can't keep putting a Band-Aid over cancer. We need to deal with it and get to the solution.
Okay, Clyde, what you're talking about, one, is an individual action, not government. Two, that has nothing to do with Trump administration. What you're talking about, and I'm not disagreeing with you, yeah, people should read their contracts, the agreements that we all just scan through and click on. That's an individual choice. That is a corporation made that, and you signed on to it. You didn't have to. You didn't have to buy that TV. You made that choice. That has nothing to do with the government. That has nothing to do with the Trump administration. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's not appropriate. That has nothing to do with this.
I think
you can't blame Trump for that.
I think that's kind of a cop-out because
How?
because these are certain things that we need in order to survive in this society. Unless we're going to go into a whole totally different country where you're on an island by yourself, which is really unrealistic.
Okay.
We have to deal with reality.
Okay, and
all right,
here's
because
the
sometimes
reality.
we use selective words.
So you're saying things like your cell
we
phone is
need
now
to
like a
get to
utility
the root
almost.
of this stuff.
So you're
And
saying
this is
things like a cell phone and like internet access has become basically like utility now. You kind of have to. have it to
Yes,
survive.
absolutely.
I see what
You
you're saying.
understand. We
Yeah,
on the same
I get
sheet
you.
of music.
Well,
we need to talk about
then
that.
the answer to that, if you want to say that these things are utilities, again, then the answer is voting to have elected officials to pass a law to say that our cell phones, our internet access are now utilities in the public
I
square
think
and to manage
since
it.
the voting system was in existence, I think it failed us. I think that we need to come back to Almighty God, surrender to Him, be a slave to Him. These are the last days. There was
What
a
if I don't
time
agree with
when you
that?
had.
I don't want to hear that. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that.
There was a
What if I
time
don't
when you
agree?
had
I don't want to hear
Noah.
that. No.
Noah's Ark.
You had me until that. And I'm like, no, I don't want to hear
Yeah,
that one.
no, stop, no,
I don't
stop
say
right
that
there
one.
because
I
first
was
of all,
ready until that. I don't want that.
your religious beliefs or anyone's individual religious beliefs doesn't necessarily matter to anyone else besides you and your connection to your God.
But no
That-
one knows
and
when the end
government-
times are. No one does.
and
Not
no one
even you.
does. No one does.
No one does.
No, I'm
No
not
one
claiming that.
No one does.
I'm saying Jesus Christ knows.
That's correct.
That's
Fantastic.
what I'm
That's
saying.
correct.
I'm being very
Fantastic.
clear
Wait a
with
minute.
that.
But
But
wait a
I was
minute.
just trying to
No.
make an analogy with then and now because I don't want to just speak on the past without being relevant to what's going on because people will
Okay.
look at us like dinosaurs. We need to know what's going on today
Well, I'm
and
trying to
compare the
address
two
that.
because there's nothing new under the sun.
No, but that's what we're trying to address here today.
Okay.
But you're taking us into an entirely different.
I told you that I will. I didn't surprise you with any
understand.
uppercuts.
I'm not mad,
And this
Clyde.
is
I'm
what
not
we
upset with
need
going,
Clyde.
for the people to listen to and to be, and I'm not trying to create controversy or anything or be disrespectful in any manner. I'm just trying to have a voice for those that are sitting at home watching their program and seeing a change because constantly it's the same rhetoric. I watch world news, I watch CNN, I watch local news like in the tri-state area, CBS News or Eyewitness News, but most of this stuff is being controlled by money. That's why most people go to
ads. Okay,
who buys that? From Madison Avenue sells that.
Yeah.
This is why people open up the door for YouTube because now they get real music, live, real time.
I understand, Clyde. Hang on.
All right, I'm passionate about this.
I know. You cooking. I'm good.
There's no problem with being passionate, but I'm also trying to make sure we all have a voice.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure we all get some clarity here for people who are watching. So what you're talking about is individualism and, more importantly, American citizens being active and involved in the politics and our communities rather than passively. What we have, on average, 6 out of 10 people don't vote, don't pay attention to the issues, and of those 4 that are, they're voting straight down the line, party line, no matter what. And that's not working for America.
Hand-me-down religion
hang on, but I want to give it to Larry.
Politics.
So, Larry, I believe that is the core of the question that Clyde's looking at, and I believe that's the core of the question that many people in the audience are looking at. Where do you stand with that? Am I wrong? Am I right? Where are we?
No. I think the bigger issue is it is community, right? And community is very often religious throughout our history. Our history has been heavily built upon the center being the church. In our community, it used to be the black church.
Okay.
Now the black church is now kind of suffering, as you can see everywhere. I think it's true. It is a part of it. I think if we had more people who were staying to our community, and the example you find is the Amish, right? The Amish have stayed true for a long time. They rallied behind their church, and the Amish people are growing. There's more people there's more Amish now in America than there ever been. They're still growing. Mennonites, they're all growing. So people are moving back to community. They are moving back to the local church. They're moving back to a smaller type of local government. I think that's true. And many of them don't vote. You're seeing it here, actually. You're even seeing it, believe it or not just with Christians, seeing with Jews, too. Hasidic Jews, Rockland County, Orange County, Brooklyn, you see many of them come back together to each other, same idea. I think you are seeing a lot of it because people are lost, to your point, they're not paying attention. And when they look at TV, what do they see? It's like gossip. It's gossip.
But turn the volume down and look, it's the same thing.
Yes.
It's like, well, you're not missing out.
So when I was talking about Trump, and you were saying it's not about Trump, whether we like it or not, the guy at the top does have some cultural impact.
Of course.
The guy at the top has cultural impact. And if that guy at the top is doing or saying things, even though they may not have the physical power, they do have the influence, right? And the one thing that people like Clinton did very well, Clinton, even though he was literally putting extra cops into the city to crush the black community, he was talking in a way like he cared and he loved us. I'm not joking.
He did.
Absolutely true.
I know.
He was talking like he loved us, but while he was putting cops to our community, while he was fighting the war on drugs. Yeah. Right? So both of those matter. You can't just take one. You can't go, well, no, that's it. No, the rhetoric matters and the feeling matters. It's cultural and the policy matters. It's not one or the other.
Well, then it comes down to a question of culture versus policy, politics. Which one is first? And that's an egg, chicken or egg, which one comes first? There's a little bit of that question. But let's focus on what's happening right now. Because right now, we have an economy that has improved since Biden, but is not the same as what we have under the previous Trump administration. So it's not as good. And people are wondering about that. We have questions that are facing us about our stance internationally, as well as here domestically. We have a lot of domestic issues, and we're going to get to all of those in the second half of the program. And maybe we'll get back to... We're going to focus on some specific questions that perhaps will give a little more clarity towards what we can expect in the future as well as what is going on now. So we'll be returning with everybody in just a few moments. Please stay with us.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his pirate cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling up the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. his truthful flight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. The screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Thank you for joining us during this special event. We're talking about the Trump administration. We're talking about America. We're talking about our connection with each other. It's been a very active conversation here with my two guests because we didn't do it at first. We just jumped right in.
Yes.
And I think people are interested in finding out who are my guests, who are we all. So let me start with Larry Sharpe. You are a personal friend of mine, but also, as everyone can see, we disagree on some issues. But Larry, take a moment.
I go by my AKA Cool Clyde. Oh God, you took it. Okay, so I'm not Cool Clyde today. Today I'm Larry Sharpe. That's who I am, running for governor of New York, trying to make a better new New York. The system is broken. We've had the same party control this state for the past 20 some odd years, and the party in charge won't fix it, and the party not in charge doesn't seem to care to fix it. Someone's got to try to fix it, and I'm that guy to make it happen. That's why when you've heard me talk, I spoke to Clyde, I was giving you real answers, trying to find out what's actually happening so we can actually fix things. So that's me, LarrySharpe.com.
Okay. And on my other end, opposite me again, is Cool Clyde. Please take a moment to explain yourself. Who is Cool Clyde?
I'm a child of God. You know, I'm also a producer here at BronxNet as well. I've been producing here almost over 20 years. I've also worked so closely with 98.7 KISS formerly and WBLS 107.5. You know, some of my radio air personality mentors that are no longer here anymore, Bob Slade and Judge Pickett and Peter Noel, Cutman. I've been groomed around them for so many years. Also a hip-hop legend that's been in hip-hop, the brains behind bringing a hip-hop museum here to the Bronx.
Oh, nice.
Also, the first DJ, along with my cousin Lightning Lance, to record live scratching on a record worldwide. It has never, ever been done before. Not the inventor of scratch, but to actually go into a recording studio and put live scratching on a record worldwide.
Most people don't know that rap started in the Bronx.
Yeah,
most don't know that.
I thought that everyone knew that by now.
No, they think it's Brooklyn.
Really?
Yes, I hear it all the time.
I have not heard that.
I've heard that more than once. And
that
it's
is new to me. That
yes,
is new.
I've heard that more than once.
I'm a Bronx boy. I am the Bronx boy here. And I knew that, but I thought the world knew that. Okay, fair enough. Well, we're dating
I'm glad
ourselves.
he said it. So now we know. I'm glad he said it. Thank you.
Brought it up.
Thank you.
We're dating ourselves a little bit, but that's fine.
I'm 29. Be quiet.
So, folks, we're going to step away from, what was the pros and cons of Trump, which seem more like the pros and cons of America and government at this moment. There's a step that's been missed. I think we all can agree with that. And there needs to be more, whether it's individually and or as our communities, to take a step back and become more accountable, to be more self-responsible. I think we all can agree with that. But let's deal with a couple of things that are facing our nation right now. I'm going to go into something that is obviously very controversial. A lot of people may have said this is Trump's biggest failure or his biggest gain. We're going to take a look at what's happening with the U.S.-Iran war, which just started, for those who are seeing this a little bit later. This is the end of week 1 of that conflict, which has been going well for the United States. We're going to take a quick look at a video clip of this so that we'll get into that mood and we'll have that conversation. Now, what we can see from that clip is some really important information. Obviously, the United States has gone in. We've taken a military action, which many will define as a war, in Iran. We have Iranians across the world and in Tehran, as we saw, that are celebrating about this. But obviously, even as many people are very happy about it, there are many people around the world that are not. But this is about America. And this is about the Trump administration. This is about our future. So I want to ask you, gentlemen, where do you stand on this? America is trying to make up its mind. Where are we on this? Are we happy about it? Are we upset about this? Is it going to be good or bad for America? I started with you before, Larry, so cool. I'll start with you.
I think it's going to be a disaster for America.
Why?
Number one, I think of the lives, the innocent babies and families that are being destroyed, that are not gaining from this at all.
True.
What is the world seeing? Trump controls the media at this point.
I disagree.
What I'm saying, whatever is being pushed out there, I'm not talking about necessarily YouTube or anything like that. Basically, your local television news reporters. That's why it's good to have an independent and other avenues to get your information out in real time.
Given.
Right? So what I see now is, again, as I said earlier, the disobedience. God teaches us in the scriptures, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. What you see in the world is people applauding the war, and then there are people on the other side who are suffering, right? But how do we know the people who are applauding this? I'm talking about the people from Iran are the main people that live there. It could be that that's just a message for us to see in the Western side, to think.
So that could be staged, you think?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be staged.
Staged.
Okay.
Larry, before I address, because I have a different point of view about that, it's interesting, but Larry, I know you're very passionate about this for many reasons.
I hate war. I'm so tired of us bombing. I hollered when Obama bombed. I hollered when Bush bombs. I hollered when Clinton bombed. I hollered when Trump bombs. I can't stand the bombing. I hate it like there's no tomorrow. I can't stand it. It drives me crazy. And one of the reasons why it drives me crazy is America has notoriously never followed up effectively since World War II. Can we win battles? Of course, we win battles all the time. Most of the battles we win. Once in a while we lose a battle here or there, but what, 1 in 100? We rarely lose a battle. But can we actually win a war? And not just that, can we win a peace? So far we haven't. We haven't won a war, we haven't won a peace since 1945. Every one of our battles we fought has somehow ended up poorly. Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan to replace the Taliban with a better armed Taliban. That's what we did, and I fear the same thing here. Can we beat Iran? Of course we can. We have the strongest military on the planet. Of course I'm not surprised that we blew people up. Of course we do. And and look, I'm a Marine. I'm proud of our firepower. I'm proud that we defend our people. I'm proud that our casualty rate's higher compared to the others. The question is, will this end? And look, I'm going to give Trump credit here. Trump is a deal maker. He's a deal maker. He absolutely is a deal maker. If this deal can be made to where the Iranian people are happy, well done. That has not been America's past. If Trump can do it, good. If he can't, we're going to follow the same road we've been in the past.
Okay. And to give a different perspective on this, I disagree.
I'm not surprised.
Well,
Yes. Yes.
Another Marine disagrees. Okay, we're both Marines. But here's something that I say. I believe that the Trump administration has learned from previous actions that we have seen, talking about Iraq, talking about Afghanistan.
I hope you're right.
And I believe that's the main reason why we're not seeing troops on the ground in Iran. Now, if that does happen, there will be some difference. There will be a change. But at this moment, that is the plan moving forward, for the Iranian people to rise up, if they choose to direct their own government. We are dealing with a threat to America, a 47-year threat.
We're dealing with stick-up kids. That's what we're dealing with.
Well, that's another way to word the Ayatollah. Yes, and I don't disagree with it. They are terrorists, and they have killed thousands of Americans over the last 47 years with a promise and an intent to kill every American, regardless of their ideology, look, creed, everything. They want us all wiped off the face of the earth because we don't believe what they believe. Fair enough. We are dealing with that now.
Utterly not true.
I understand you disagree
Utterly
with
not
that,
true.
but
I meet Iranians. They don't hate us.
I didn't say
They
the
hate our
Iranian
government.
people. We're talking about the governments. We're talking
Yes.
government to government.
Yes, but they hate our government. Iranians like Americans. They hate
Yes.
our government. So they don't want to wipe
no,
us
no.
all off the map. That's not a thing.
The Ayatollah wants to wipe us off the map.
Well, he's no longer
and
with
his
us.
fanatics, well, his fanatics are, some of them. We're getting rid of them. And giving the opportunity for the Iranian people who were women being stoned to death for being sexually assaulted themselves. We have individuals who have been stoned to death for just not believing what the Ayatollah believes, and the mullahs who also control that country. So we are seeing a game change within the world. And I think the way that the process has started so far is not what we have seen traditionally.
I hope you're right.
And
I don't think
believe
it's
that
going
it
to
won't.
benefit the average person, the average working poor class.
That's my
citizen.
fear.
I don't think
That's
at
my
all.
fear. I hope you're wrong. I hope he's right. But that's my fear, is what you just
And I
said.
believe that the average person in America, poor or not, will be benefiting because, one, you're safer. We're talking about the number one source of global terror in the world. That includes terror that's happened here, things like San Bernardino, Fort Hood, Orlando. That comes from Iran and its effort to increase the amount of terror in the world.
What makes us more safer? More policing? More
No,
military?
less terrorism. Less terrorism. The source of terrorism in the world, the lead author and promoter of terrorism in the world is Iran. There is no question on that.
There's lots of questions on that.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
Every nation in the world has agreed to that. Every
Who,
nation.
controls the media?
Not true at all. You tell me the Turks believe that? The Syrians believe that? No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Guarantee they don't. 100% they don't.
Much of the terrorism happening in Syria is coming from Iran and its puppets.
But they wouldn't call it terrorism. That's my point. Those people wouldn't call it that.
Well, they call it a war.
Thank you. They don't call it. So you just said, does anyone disagree? I told you people disagree. They don't see the terrorism. If you're saying overall violence, okay, yeah, I buy that.
Okay,
but
that's
not terrorism.
that's
You
more-
said terrorism.
I
The
understand.
people there don't see the terrorism.
That's a matter of semantics. It's still fighting Iran. They still see Iran as the bad guy and the source of violence in their countries.
Not
And
wrong.
that is true in Europe and every other country in the
So
world.
what is the purpose of this war?
What
Is
is
it
the
to
purpose?
benefit the people? Is it for oil? Is it for,
And see, this is
civil
where...
right? We need to get to the bottom of
Okay.
This goes back to my earliest
Because-
point.
Wait a minute.
His communication has been terrible.
I don't
Yes.
want us to
This
sound
goes
like
back
another
to my earliest
CNN
point.
I
or
agree.
Eyewitness News. I want us to be a little bit more
Well, wait a minute.
assertive with solutions and talk to the people.
Hang on.
Go out to the
I'm with you.
streets and talk to the people and hear what's going on in their minds.
Okay, and let me...
Get them involved with this
Right.
program.
Let me address that. Because part of the problem is the public isn't paying attention. Because the
Why?
information's
Because
out
they
there.
see the same
No.
thing being played
I-
over and over and over and
and I
over. They're
disagree.
tired. They're
I dis-
being dumbed down
Right.
from this.
And I disagree because the
I'm
information...
in the streets. I'm in the
So am I.
community. I see what's going
so
on.
do I. And you know what I
I
say?
interact with people in the grocery stores, in the hood. I
Right.
talk to these people.
Clyde, let me
I
address...
talk to corporate America. I
Clyde.
sit down with these people.
Clyde, we all do. And here's the thing. The average American
I don't think
doesn't...
enough people do that.
Well, that's true.
That is true, but the average American isn't doing their part, much like we were speaking about before. 6 out of 10 don't vote. Even more people, we know we can walk down the street together right now, and you know that if we talk to 100 people about the issues that are affecting America, including this war,
Many
more
black people.
Wait a minute.
What?
More people will tell you they know about the Kardashians, they know about their sports ball
I
team,
agree.
and
I
they have
agree with
no
that.
idea about what's going
I
on
agree.
in politics. So is the fault the Trump administration on that? Is that the fault of the media, or is that in part, and probably in majority, individuals who gave up?
I think a lot of it has to do with the churches leaving, not being responsible. A lot of the former pastors that stood for something are no longer standing for what they're supposed to stand for. There's a sellout. You got many elected officials are now stepping into the pulpit, which is a dangerous place to be, for votes. That's making mockery of God. God is watching everything that we do. There's a time and there's a place for certain things. But when you step in that pulpit, you better know what you're doing.
Well, I agree with you that there should
Okay.
be a separation of church and state as our country was designed to be. And I do believe that many politicians blur that because they're
Why?
encouraged to do so, because people respond, because people vote based on that, they donate based on that. And a lot of our politicians are corrupt enough
You're not
to
wrong.
do nothing but try to search for that next dollar. They vote, search for
And
that
you
next
know-
vote. And going to a church is easy.
Yep.
We saw that with Kathy Hochul. Walked in, Kathy Hochul on Martin Luther King's birthday, walked into a black church and lied to the public about an event that happened in Clay, New York, which there is now body cam video talking about illegal aliens, saying black people were being segregated and thrown around. And there's actual reporting and video, which no one looks up, that actually shows the body cam. Nothing she said to that black church was true. She took advantage of the church. She took advantage of people investing in her authority. And that is common. And I think that's the problem you're talking about. But Larry, I think you agree with me on the core of that, but is there a part of that you disagree with?
Yes. And the only part I would say that the problem is we don't hold them accountable either, right? So that's the other issue, right? So I walk into your church and I pretend that I'm the most religious person in the world, and I'm not, and then my actions are not that at all,
Right.
and you still vote for me.
Absolutely.
And why?
That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
And
Why?
I think there should be punishment for me being a liar, which is why your earlier point about even though Trump sometimes you don't like what he says, you respect that he says it and you know where he is. And it's common, right? He does crazy stuff, people go,
Right.
yeah, that's Trump.
Right.
Because you still think, that's still him, he's
Right.
real. There's not enough punishment for politicians
Right.
who are disingenuous. But if you go to what you talk about YouTube there is. In the market, if you're someone who's a liar, gets in trouble, man, your people leave you. They walk away, they go find somebody else, right? There's punishment in the pundit world, in the YouTube world, but politics, there's nothing. There's no punishment.
And this is what we need. You have a president that could pardon people. They should have it where that should be taken away altogether. Criminals.
I disagree with that.
Listen, you got people who have did serious crimes, okay?
Yes.
Were put away for a small period of time, which they told them when they got behind the scenes, don't worry about it, we're going to deal with you, we're going to do other things, we're going to distract them.
Wait a minute, that's a conspiracy
No, it's not a
theory.
conspiracy.
No, it is a
These things do
conspiracy theory.
happen. We need to shine light on these
Hang on.
things.
I do believe that,
And
yes.
most of the time,
What about the wrongly convicted?
most of the time we have,
Hold on, what about the wrongly convicted?
we're not in
Guys,
agreement. We find ways to get away
Guys,
from this all.
hold on.
And then later on, you find out that individuals were right.
Hold on.
Yeah, but what
Wait.
about-
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. dragon with his truthful flight fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone. Oh, God, why is that a mess? All right, let me fix that real quick. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I hope you've been enjoying the first half of our program. We still have much more to go through. But I'm here in the Bronx, New York. It is currently March 29th at 4:47. We're right on time. We've been covering a lot of ground, and we're going to talk about the U.S. troops landing, perhaps boots on the ground in Iran, which, as you saw in my conversation with Larry Sharp and Cool Clay on the BronxNet Community TV special, this is a game changer. It changes a lot of the ways that many Americans look at what's happening in Iran and what will actually happen in Iran on the ground. And I think that's a big deal, but we're going to talk that in a moment. Now, in addition to that, I know there's some other information. We're talking about the U.S. economy. How is it reacting to all of this? How is it going to react in the future? Is it as bad as we think it is? We're going to talk a little bit about elections 2026 and how that's going to be affected, maybe a couple of predictions as well. Before we get to those things, I want to address something that I know I often hear. And it's something that in all of the conversation, we're talking about China, Southeast Asia, the connection, the axis or the combining of forces of Russia, China, and Iran. And we're talking about how America is affecting the future, the consequences will make the world safer and also feed the world and reduce the cost of energy across the world. If this is handled properly, what the U.S.-Iranian conflict, if it's handled properly. Here's a part that I didn't address before, and I know people will ask about. Some people will say, well, Mike, I understand everything you've said so far, and it makes sense. Realistically, all the pieces, I understand all the different parts. I understand how you're coming to the conclusions you come to, but you left out one important factor, Israel. And that's when I will hear a lot of people, those, especially those on the left or those that do not like Israel, they will come out and say, well, Mike, you left that out, so I don't think anything you said makes sense, which is ridiculous because everything I've said is documented and a conclusion of these documents, of these things that we see happening around the world for the last, 20 years. But they say, no, Mike, you don't understand. Donald Trump is a puppet of Netanyahu. That this is actually Israel's war, not the U.S.'s war, and we're just going to do whatever Israel wants because they're the real power behind it all. Let me debunk that. Let me just throw that out the window. And I know some people will disagree and they say they don't like Israel for whatever reason. I don't care. People point to IPAC or some other PAC, although there are dozens of PACs and there's also all the unions doing exactly the same thing that IPAC does. IPAC just spends more money. Otherwise, they're no different than any other PAC or any union in the United States. That being said, let's move past that. Here's the thing. You notice when I'm talking about the consequences of the U.S.-Iran war with China and Pakistan and Southeast Asia, I don't mention Israel because they're not a factor. They don't matter. China doesn't care about Israel. Israel is not something that would, Israel can neither prevent China from anything it wants to do, nor does it help them. They're not a factor in anything going forward with Southeast Asia. That's just a reality of it. So let's understand that China isn't focused. If anything, the only value that Israel has to China is that if Iran is to win and they were to somehow wipe out Israel, well, that would be a benefit for China because that would mean Iran would have more power under the Ayatollah, and the Ayatollah would be more willing to work with China to get them oil if they help them via, as an example, and as I explained earlier, through Pakistan, that they're able to help Iran raise up more money to build more weapons, to get more mercenaries, then they'll owe China a favor. If they're able to get rid of Israel, then the Ayatollah will be duty bound to help China. And that helps China get power over the Southeast Asia. So, yeah, it's good for China if Israel doesn't exist because it helps Iran. But if Israel continues to exist and the Ayatollah remains in power, China doesn't care. It doesn't mean anything to them. How about when we're looking at Israel and the rest of Europe? Well, they don't really care either. Israel doesn't really have any power over Europe or even in England. Matter of fact, England and Europe, they're trying to copy California. So again, that doesn't matter. Israel isn't trying to become California. So they're running in opposition of Europe and England, true, but it doesn't matter to them. England and Europe are still well into the leftist socialist ideology. It doesn't matter what Israel thinks. How about with Russia? Russia doesn't care about Israel either. Again, it is in Russia's best interest that if Israel doesn't exist, then yeah, that's great for them. They get more drones, more missiles from Iran to fight their war in the Ukraine and therefore affect Europe. But they don't care if Israel exists or not, as long as the Ayatollah is still in charge and the Ayatollah is still working with Russia. They don't care. Their only concern is, are they getting the drones? Are they getting the missiles? That's all they care about. So it doesn't matter. Israel is immaterial to the current and future plans of Russia and China. Well, that's two of the three factions members that are accounted for. Only Iran is the one who has the problem with Israel. But let me address it from a slightly different way. Because right now you're hearing, it's popular in 2026, that Donald Trump has been bought and paid for by Netanyahu. We hear that often. Okay. But just 1 year ago, and during the 2024 election campaign, we were hearing from the very same Democrats that now say that Donald Trump is bought and owned by Netanyahu. They were saying he was bought and owned by Putin. Don't you remember that? In 2025, this time last year, all you heard in the mainstream news media, the very same mainstream media that is saying that Netanyahu's in charge, said that Putin was in charge, that Putin had control of Trump. Do they both own Trump? Well, they can't because they have opposing points of view. They both aren't owning, Russia and Israel aren't co-owning Donald Trump in America because America's acting in exactly the opposite interests of many of these countries. Israel has its own agenda. Yes, they are an ally of the United States, the strongest and most reliable ally of the United States in the Middle East. That's true. But that doesn't mean they don't have their own agenda. Just because they're an ally doesn't mean that they do everything that we do. Europe doesn't. England doesn't. If anything, they're trying to become more and more socialist. Look at Keir Starmer. Look at Emmanuel Macron. So being an ally doesn't mean they copy, paste, do whatever we say. That doesn't make them a vassal or a slave, nor does it put Israel in charge. And in the same way that Putin is not in charge of Donald Trump. They have their own agenda. Sometimes that goes in line with the United States, sometimes very much not. But they don't own us. It just doesn't make any sense. I understand it's very popular. It's an easy out. It's a cheap, easy way to try and explain very difficult and very important political, geopolitical issues. And it's a cop out because people go, well, yeah, okay, they're the bad guys. All you're doing is you're propping up a bad guy, a scarecrow, and you can take shots at them, but it has nothing to do with the truth. Because if you actually take the time to look at this, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have any impact. It doesn't change anything. Israel has its own reasons why it wants to see Iran gone. Some of those issues are exactly the same as for the United States. And in fact, for the world, that's the reason why, for all of the outbursts, all of the outrage, you see no material impact. No nation is upset, materially upset with the United States for actually trying to take out the Ayatollah and his theological, fanatical terrorist regime. That's the reality. Because we're doing this and the world knows the outcome is better for the world than leaving it alone, which is actually what Democrats and the left are saying. Leave it alone. Leave the dictator in place. It's very much like what they said about Maduro. Leave the dictator there. Let the dictator be in charge, starving his people, helping enemies of America. That's what they want. And they want the same thing with Iran. Keep the Ayatollah in charge. Let women be poisoned in schools for learning how to read and to write. Let them stone women to death because that woman got sexually assaulted. They want to keep the Ayatollah in, who takes the LGB alphabet group and throws them off of tall buildings. They want them to stay in charge. They're happy with those people in charge. Now, they may not say, no, I'm happy about that out loud. No, but the consequence of what they say, of how they are trying to support Iran, there is a consequence. And that consequence is hurting women and gays and lesbians and trans and all of them. They don't realize that. They don't think it through. They don't think about, and what happens when you give your support to the Ayatollah? What happens next? When you give your support to China and the Uyghurs disappear and nations are under threat of attack 24/7, that's Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines. What happens then? Australia? They don't think about that. They don't think about the consequence of their actions. They just go with, well, that's the message today. It makes me feel good today to say this, even though upon analysis, on sober thought, not emotions, but actually looking at the analytics, looking at the situation in whole, well, you come up with a very different answer. And it doesn't match up with their feelings or what they have been told they think is the real worldview. Again, almost everything we've been talking about, I can find you, and I have pointed out the sources for years now on many of the things that I've been talking about, but most people in America don't read that. They don't know that. And that's one of the big problems. So no, Israel isn't really a factor here. Some people want it to be because it makes it easy to have a bad guy you can point at. But there's no difference between pointing to Israel as the bad guy and pointing at MAGA or Republicans or Donald Trump. It's just an easy out. It's a way to not understand the situation or the consequences and to not accept accountability for your actions. It's just, they're the bad guy. That's it. Bad guy, bad guy. But, okay, so you're helping Ayatollah because you say Donald Trump's the bad guy. The Ayatollah will kill you. He has sworn to it. He has promised it. He has sent out the terrorist groups around the world and into America to kill you. He would poison women for learning how to read and write, to have a job and to drive around, to dress as they do in America. So who are you really supporting? Look at the consequences of what you're doing. Oh, you want to fight MAGA. You want to fight Donald Trump. And in doing so, you want to continue to have a theological dictatorship that seeks to kill you. Does that make sense? I don't think so. But I'm happy to hear from the left that say, Mike, but you just don't understand. You just don't get it. Okay, fantastic, guys. You know what? I'm happy to hear your argument. I'm happy to hear how you explain this without helping to kill yourself as a consequence. I'm happy to hear it. We'll see. All right, so let's talk about what's happening. As you saw in the clip, and I had spoken with Larry Sharp about this, if Marines land on the ground, they're actually invading into Iran, and we take over Iran. There's two different aspects. There's the Marines taking out the coastal emplacements, the military emplacements, the missile sites that are making the Strait of Hormuz dangerous and cutting off oil and food from the rest of the world, starving people, killing people around the world because of the actions of Iran. And by the way, Iran doesn't own the Strait of Hormuz. They have one half, and I believe it's the United Arab Emirates own the other half, the territorial land waters. So literally right now, Iran is trying to take territory that it doesn't own, trying to grow its power. And that's one problem. But say the Marines come in. Now, I believe what you would most likely see is that Marines would do amphibious landings specifically to take out missile sites and some military emplacements to take away the threat to international shipping. That's what I believe the Marines would be. So it's basically in and out, hit and run, almost hit and run tactics, going in, taking out an emplacement, getting out, not actually staying in Iran, not going into Iran, the nation, the land, and trying to take over the government in the country. If Marines are going inland, if they're actually establishing bases and moving in throughout Iran, then America must fight to own Iran. I have said this many times. If we are fighting for Iran, for the land itself, we're taking down the government, we cannot put in a puppet government. We can't do what we've done in Iraq, what we've done in Afghanistan, many nations around the world. We have to own it. That is the only reason why war should be happening in terms of landmass. We own the land we fight over. I've said that many, many times. I have not changed my mind about that. And I don't think there's an argument that makes sense on why we shouldn't do that. And we have seen the failures when we don't. That was a failure of the George G.W. Bush administration. He was wrong. Why? We didn't take over Afghanistan. We didn't take over Iraq. If we did, we wouldn't have the problems we have today. We would have to take them over. But because that is unpopular, and it could, in fact, require a draft, which I'm not against. I've long ago said the United States should have mandatory military service like most of NATO. A lot of people forget NATO does. Many of the NATO countries have mandatory militaries, usually for 2 years. And there's a lot of, that doesn't mean combat. Everyone considers military and equals combat. No, military doesn't always equal combat. That doesn't mean that we're about to conquest the rest of the world. It means discipline. It means stability. It means growth and experience, which are important things that are lacking severely in our younger generations in the United States right now. So mandatory military, I'm absolutely for it. And yes, a draft, while I don't like drafts, in fact, I joined the Marines in part because I thought there would be a draft back in the 1990s, late 80s, early 90s. I was expecting that there might be a draft. So instead, I wanted to get fully trained as a Marine to make sure that I would have the highest chance of survival. It's one of the reasons why I joined the Marines. Like my father, who also volunteered, was not drafted. He volunteered to join the Marines and knew he was going to Vietnam, but he would have a better chance of survival being fully trained rather than being drafted and thrown into the middle of it all. That being said, I believe that we're going to see hit and run tactics, not so much a base in Iran. I know a lot of people are talking about the various islands that exist within the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is about 24 miles wide. There's a lot of room. There are small, very, very small islands that exist there. While even though small, could have a military base on them and can be used to help secure shipping, international shipping, as well as to give us a forward position against Iran itself or any insurgents in Iran trying to take on international shipping or to just attack Americans. So I understand that. And people go, but it will cost lives. War, military conflict always costs lives. That's not an excuse. And people go, but you're not being empathetic. No, I'm not, because I'm military. I've been in the military. I understand the consequences. And yes, there's always a cost. Some of that cost is in lives. I don't want people to die. It's one of the reasons why I don't want the United States to go into Iran. I don't want to fight that war. I don't want to own Iran per se. But if we must, then we must do it fully, not half-assed. We have to commit to it. And I don't know that America is ready to commit to actually own a country. We have too many people who are saying, well, it's colonialism. Screw that. It has nothing to do with colonialism. It has to do with the safety of the world, about the economy of the world, about feeding the world. There are much bigger things than your personal feeling about whether or not it's colonizing. I don't care. That doesn't matter. That's the least important of all the issues out there. I know for those who are in Harvard who have never served in the military and never would, who would never put their life on the line for their nation or any government, they would never, they'll virtue single all day. They'll tell you how bad you are and how you should comply, but they will never defend their ideas. They want someone else to do that for them. So I don't really put a lot of weight in their points of view. They wouldn't actually defend their point of view. So that brings us to the military. And I think I've explained that, but if I haven't, if anything I've said so far in the show, at any point, if you think, well, Mike, I don't know if I understand that or that wasn't clearly explained, sometimes, it makes more sense in my head than when I explain it. If I haven't, please let me know. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Let's have that conversation. That's what the show is for. But let me go into the United States is looking at putting troops on the ground in some way, shape, or form. Now, if we're looking again at Deutsche Welle, they have announced that there is a shift that's going on. There are some units that are being volunteered by the Ukraine to come into Iran. Now, when I first read this, I said, wait a minute, why is Zelensky, the president of the Ukraine, volunteering some of his military, which he desperately needs, the people who are trained in combat using drones or against drones, anti-drone and drone warfare? Why is he taking some of those troops, which are absolutely valuable and essential to Ukraine being able to maintain the slow attrition loss that they are encountering right now with Russia? Why would they send them into the Middle East, which he is volunteering to do? Well, the answer is a little complicated. The answer in part is the United States needs it. Europe needs it. Right now, the Ukraine, and I agree with my good friend Larry Sharp about this, also a Marine, also trained in tactics and logistics. Ukraine is the leading location in the world for drone warfare. Drone warfare is a reality. It exists. It's only going to grow. Its applications, its potential is going to grow, not decrease. AI on the battlefield is going to grow and increase, not decrease. The United States, perhaps more than any country in the world, has the most resources that we could dedicate to building up a complement of drone and AI technology to aid us in our military endeavors. which is great, but we don't know how to do that. And we've never fought that war. So we don't know what to build or how to build it or how to use it, how to deploy it. Ukraine does. So we need some of their people to teach our people how to fight this new type of war. It's very much like Germany created the tanks at the end of World War I and really used them and really developed them in World War II. We didn't know how to fight those. And when we first tried to fight with them, even though England, France, Europe had already been experiencing what it was to deal with the Blitzkrieg, what was it to deal with tanks and the newest tanks that Germany had developed, the United States didn't understand how to fight that war initially. We learned quick. And that's one of the benefits of the United States. We learn real quick compared to most other countries around the world. We figure it out. And we figured it out very quickly, and we were able to adapt to make better tanks, to be better armored, to be able to better fight against the German tanks. And our foot soldiers were better armed and taught different tactics to take on the mechanized military of Germany. And we won, more so than any other country, because they didn't have the resources to commit to that. America does. Very similar, this conflict, no matter whether the Marines are trying to take over Iran or we're just maintaining stability on the coastline, we're going to learn military war. Well, excuse me, not military. We're going to learn drone warfare, and we're going to learn fast. And so we need those Ukrainians to do that. So it tells me that if the Ukrainians are offering these troops to come in, it's because the Marines are probably going to be at least taking on the coastline, if not more. That experience, much like the experience going into World War I and the experience of going into World War II, when America did in both of those endeavors, the initial phase, the first 6 months or so, were the most deadly and costly in learning how to fight those wars. We're going to see a similar thing in Iran if troops land on Iranian soil. I'm not saying this because I want that to happen. I'm not saying this because I think it should happen. I'm telling you this because I want you to be prepared, to mentally prepare yourself for this. And yes, that's why that's why you join the military. Not because you have two moms and you think it's a warm, fuzzy thing, not because you want a college loan. You join the military because you love your country and you're willing to give up your life for the ideals of your country, even when that means you do something that you personally may not like. When I was in the Marines, I had President Clinton in charge. He was the commander in chief. Did I agree with President Clinton? No, not at all. I thought he was out of his mind. He made a lot of stupid decisions. He was not a good leader, especially for the military. But he was my commander in chief. And his orders were orders that he thought were best for the American people, for our country. And I would follow his orders like any other president. I'd say the same thing about Obama. I thought Obama was an absolute idiot. His international policy was abysmal. And part of the reason we have problems today in the manner that we have them today, we're absolutely dependent on the way Obama ran international policy and ran the military. He was a problem, but he was commander in chief. And I swear, when you swear an oath, you swear the oath to America, and the commander in chief is your boss. That's part of that oath. It is part of that pledge, which is a life-altering, potentially life-altering, life-ending pledge. It is special. If you've ever joined the military, if you ever considered joining the military, and I've talked to a lot of youth throughout the years, young people who ask me about whether they should or should not join the United States military, the Marines, or anything else. And I answer to them all in the same way. Are you willing to give your life? Are you willing to give your life for America? That's the stuff you don't like as well as the stuff you love. Are you willing to give up your life for that? If you cannot say yes, honestly and truly say yes, don't join the military. We have a volunteer military. Don't join. But if you can say yes to the things you don't like, the things you don't support, because they have a right to exist as much as the things you do love, then yes, join the military. And in particular, if you're going to join the military, I believe be the best trained that you can be, which for me, in my point of view, that means join the Marine Corps. Get the best training, the best capabilities to be able to survive under any circumstance that is possible. The other branches have different purposes, and your survivability varies greatly depending on your role in each of the different branches. But every Marine is a rifleman. Every Marine is trained to be a basic soldier, a basic grunt. And that means you have to know how to survive. And that gives you the best chances under all circumstances, in my opinion. You may disagree. That's perfectly fine. So that's why I think we're seeing the influence from the Ukraine in this right now. In addition, the more that Iran is fighting using their drones and their missiles against the United States, the fewer drones, the fewer missiles are going to be bought by Russia to be used against the Ukrainians. Long term, again, these are long-term consequences. If Ukrainians, a small detachment of them, are teaching the United States how to fight against drones and drone warfare and AI in Iran, Russia has less drones, less missiles, less AI to be able to use against the Ukrainian people. Their odds of survival increase, and the attrition of the war decreases. So it's in their best interest long term to help America in this fight. And hopefully, rather quickly, we would hope that American military would adapt, realize how to fight against drones and AI better and faster, and what we need to be able to do that better than the Ukrainians are doing now without those resources, without those capabilities. And then, therefore, once we develop the anti-drone technology, we can then give it to the Ukraine and they can fight more effectively against Russia. This is a process that will take about a year, not much more. This is a very fast. Wars happen fast. War technology develops lightning fast because that's what a warfare battlefields require. So this isn't a long-term 10-year prospect for the Ukraine. They're looking at 6 months to having new technology to better improve their survivability. So it makes sense from the Ukrainian point of view. If you're looking at it all and understanding it all. If there's anyone who disagrees with me, I'm willing to talk to you all. But again, remember, we are hearing from many, many countries that U.S. is being warned that Iran is ready. Now, I do not take this without a grain of salt, and I understand. The IRGC, that's the real Iranian military. Those are the hardcore, fanatical, well-trained individuals. They are the true backbone of Iran in terms of their military power. And they are ready. I mean, this has been telegraphed. They are right now. The Iranian government is trying to say, America is making these secret plans to enter into Iran. It's not secret. There is no secret. We have sent in something like 5,000 troops, whether it's support or direct fighters, have been sent into the region. There are over 50,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East. We have not hidden anything. Everybody knows that we have how many aircraft carriers. We know about the various transport vehicles, the 31st MEU of the Marine Expeditionary Unit. We know the airborne is being activated, the 81st. These are not surprises. Those messages, when you hear that there's some secret plan to enter into Iran. Please understand, that's not a message for you. That's not a message for Europe. That's a message for the Iranian people who have a internet blackout. They have a news media blackout. They don't know, the majority don't know what's happening in the world. They only get to see the news that Iran allows to be seen. So when the foreign minister of Iran is saying, hey, America has this secret plan to invade or land troops somewhere in Iran, that's fear-mongering and power control over the Iranian people. At least that's the intention of it, because they don't know anything else. They don't have any of the news that I've gone over with you. They don't have all of this information from around the world to analyze. They only hear what the Iranian government says. So they don't know. He's not talking to you about some secret invasion. It's not secret. Donald Trump has been very clear about the potential, and we know that there's several plans to enact, if at all, the involvement of U.S. troops on Iranian soil. It's not a secret, except if you're in Iran and you are subject to the Iranian government. Then you probably don't know, because there is no internet and they're not able to hear this conversation I've been having for a couple hours now today. That's a big difference. So it's always helpful to understand the framework of who's talking. All right, let me move on. Let's see. This is CNN talking about it. Now, looking at CNN says Iran has a new demand to end the war. Remember, Iran has been saying at the same time that they are not in negotiations with the United States, at the same time that they're saying they are in negotiations with the United States, and that they're preparing for a ground war, even though there isn't a ground war. Okay, so what has Iran said? And I've talked about this in the first half of the program. Iran is trying to increase its territory, increase its political power by taking over the Strait of Hormuz. And as I mentioned earlier, they want to weaponize that to be able to charge a couple $1 million per ship. It is believed at this time they're charging $2 million for every ship that they let go through. Basically, it's not kidnapping, it's piracy. They're modern day pirates. They're the troll under a bridge that charges you a fee to cross the bridge. They are saying you've got to pay us to get past. That's it. Think of them as brigands or thugs or trolls, whatever you want. But that's essentially what they're trying to do. And they want the United States to legitimize what they are doing by saying that they're going to take away the property, the political lands of the UAE, to try and take over the entire Strait of the Hormuz, to increase its political power and its capability of holding the world hostage, preventing oil and food and goods from reaching poorer countries until they get paid, which is kind of low, truly, if you think about it. It's a low end. This is a brigand. This is the tactics of a thug. And that's exactly what Iran is doing. And they want the United States to legitimize that action, which so far, as you can see from this quote from Marco Rubio, as quoted by CNN, we're not allowing that to happen. We do not agree, and we will not legitimize that. And that is not part of the negotiations right now for a ceasefire. But we will see how that goes forward. All right. So let's change up the conversation a little bit. Yesterday, there was a No Kings March. Oh my God. You heard about it. I heard about it. We were told. Excuse me. We were told 9 million Americans were going to come together. Yeah. They were going to show it. They were going to show Donald Trump and MAGA and Republicans. They were going to show them, and they were going to protest for the third time, which isn't in fact the third time. That's a lie. It's more like the fifth, maybe sixth time, because when these events are not successful, they change the name. In July 4th and July 17th of 2025, there were two No Kings marches. They were planned, they were advertised, and when they failed, they changed the name. They changed the names of the events. They weren't called No Kings anymore. They were called anything and everything else to save face. But when they're successful, then they say, well, we got 1 million people. Well, that was successful. So it's a No Kings march. But when they're not successful, they ignore them and say, no, it didn't happen. But they did happen. So immediately we know. And again, I pointed the examples of July 4th, 2025 and July 17th of 2025, which would have been the second and third No Kings march that failed because no one cared. That again tells you this is about marketing. This is about propaganda. This isn't about actually how Americans feel. Another thing that makes us realize that there's less than 9 million people. Now, they said 9 million. Taking them at their word, that would be about 3% of America. 3%. They make it sound like such a big, it's 9 million. That's huge. It's in New York City. All of New York City. Yeah, but New York City is one city, not the United States. There are 350 million people. Even if you want to count at the low end, 330 million people in America. 330 million. There's 160 million people that are working. So we're talking about roughly about 3% of America rose up and made a voice that said something. Roughly 3%. 97% of America does not agree. 97% of America doesn't feel like this is a big deal, in part because the name itself is a joke. I've said this before, I'll say it again. No kings? Of course not. It's part of our Constitution. They have this false equivalence of, like, we've been successful. There's no kings in America. No kidding. There never was. It's like the messaging, the propaganda of climate change. The climate changes every day. The climate has always changed every day. So when you say climate change, people go, yes, of course that exists. Why? Because it has always existed. It will always exist. We have an atmosphere. Weather changes every day, all the time, which is why they use that name, because it makes you think that this is correct. Since you admit, and we all must admit, climate changes every day. So it must be true. And therefore, what they're saying about climate change should be true. It's a way to mentally make you think of something being correct when it isn't. I think the tactic, and this comes from, back in Lehman Brothers days, it's a sales tactic. A lot of people don't realize it. One of the tactics of a good salesman is they're going to ask you to buy whatever it is they're selling 3 times. The first time, you're going to say no automatically. That's already assumed. It's not important. No one cares why you say no, because you're just going to say no, and who cares? The second time you say no, you're going to have a little more truth to why you're not buying it. Is it because you don't have money? Is it because your girlfriend doesn't want you to own that? Your husband is saying that he wants to buy something else? Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. But you're going to get closer to the truth. The third time that you are asked to buy something, whether it's a stock, a car, a loaf of bread, doesn't matter what it is. The third time that you are asked to buy something and you say no, well, that's the time when you are going to tell the truth. That's the real reason why you're not buying something. Your credit rating is bad. You don't have the money. You're not sure if you're approved to actually make the purchase. You don't know if it actually works for you, that's useful to you. Whatever your reason may be, the third time is pretty much the majority of people will tell you the truth then and then alone. These people know that. So what they have to do is change your mindset. They have to change the way you're thinking. They want to hear why you say no, and then they want to get you to say yes. And that's the other half of the trick. The salesman is going to ask you if they're doing their job right, and this is true of propaganda as well. They're going to make you say a series of things that you say yes to. It doesn't really matter too much what it is, but they're going to ask you questions where the only actual legitimate answer is yes, so that they can do that 5 times. 5 times they're going to ask a question to get you to say yes. The first 4, it doesn't matter what they're asking you to say yes about. It doesn't matter. What time is it? Doesn't matter. The 5th time that they ask you to say yes, that's the time they're going to tell you to close, to make the purchase. And that will be right after you told them the true reason why you're not making the purchase. They will, after the 3rd no, they will then ask you 4 questions that must be answered yes. So the 5th time, now that you're used to saying yes, the 5th time you say yes. And the 5th time will be an answer of why you should buy it, directly going against your 3rd objection, your 3rd reason saying no. The 5th yes is the answer to that. This is a sales technique. It is not unknown. It is very common. It is very well known, and it is absolutely effective. It is the truth. Every good salesman has heard this technique, is aware of this technique, and uses this technique. It is based on psychology, deep psychology. It has been reviewed and it has been studied hundreds of times over. It is a fact. These are the things that happen. And the best of the best do exactly what I've just explained. That's what we're seeing with the No Kings. It is pure propaganda. They're doing these events and they name them No Kings when they know that they will have a success, to make you think there's a success. And it is named No Kings because you will say, of course not. That lends credibility to their organization. It lends credibility to their movement because they go, we don't want a king. Of course not. We don't want a dictator. Of course not. We don't want a tyrant. Of course not. So you agree with our politics? No, I don't. But they're saying it to get you to say yes. They're getting you to say yes, and they're going to try and find, well, you don't want a dictator? No, of course not, I don't want a dictator. You don't want a tyrant? Of course, no, I don't want a tyrant. You don't want someone to control you? No, of course not. So they shouldn't control women or gays or anyone else? Well, no, of course not. Well, then you agree with our philosophy. You agree with our politics. You should vote with us. You should donate money to us. And you should say yes at that point. Except the correct answer is no. Because you didn't really explain you didn't explain anything. You just said something that is fundamentally a fact. Again, just like climate change. It is a fundamental fact. That isn't political, but now you're trying to use that fact to support your politics. No kings. We're in America. Of course not. In England, they can't even use this same argument. They have to change it to no tyrants. Why? Because they have a king. And they can't say no kings. Because 1, the people want a king, and 2, it's a crime to say no kings, to overthrow the king. So in England, they can't say no kings. They say no tyrants. Oh, wow, what a funny thing. But in America, that's our government. That's the basis of our government. Of course, there's no king. Donald Trump isn't a king. He was an elected president. 77 million people voted for him. That is a fact. That's not a king. That's not a tyrant. Oh, but Donald Trump is doing things as every president does. And not everyone agrees with everything every president does. That didn't make Barack Obama a tyrant or a king. It didn't make Joe Biden a tyrant or a king, or Bill Clinton. They're not kings now because, or even Ronald Reagan, G.W. Bush, they're not kings. They did things you didn't like. They're a president. They have a term limit. They have certain powers, a lot of power, but that doesn't make them a king or a tyrant. Just because you don't like it doesn't make them a king or a tyrant. But the propaganda wants you to think that. And they want you to think that everyone else agrees with you. Millions gather, huge crowds. There are 330 million people in America. You had enough people to fill New York at the best. That was the expectation, that you could fill New York, a bluer than blue city in a blue state. Not the state of New York, just the city. But it's everyone. Everyone agrees. Oh my God. No, we agree that there's no king. Not that Donald Trump is a king, because he's not. He's admitted that. Everyone knows that. That's why we voted. That's why right now Gavin Newsom is trying to convince people that he should be the Democratic nominee. So is J.B. Pritzker. So is Josh Shapiro. So is AOC and a couple of others on top of that, because Donald Trump's a president, not a king. They wouldn't be running for an election if there was a king. There would be no one elected. And they know that. So they're lying to you at the same time as they're trying to convince you to give them more power. That's what the whole no kings is about. So these demonstrators came together for rallies across the country. Oh my God, look at this. But, you know, why, other than, and the media wants to show you New York City or Chicago, or they want to show you LA, Seattle, and Portland, Austin. Great. What about Poughkeepsie? What about Poughkeepsie in New York? Topeka, Kansas. How about over there? I don't know. Show me in Mississippi. How about in Iowa, Nebraska? What was going on in New Mexico? Oh, they don't show you those crowds. They don't show you those people. I'm not saying that there weren't events there. Some of them had 5 people. 5 people with a sign. Okay. In an entire state. But they leave that out. But here's one of the things that I thought was very important about this. The no kings failed miserably. At least this is how I interpret it. The no kings, where is it? Bear with me, I have it here. No. There it is. Here it is. Here it is. And notice this is being reported outside the United States. Outside the U.S., they are saying, oh, it was 8 million. So they fell short of their initial promise. What they promised you, it's going to be 9 million. You have to be involved. You have to be part of this. It's everyone you know. It's all around you. 9 million people. That's an enormous number of people, except our country has 350 million people. It's not that big. It's 3%. It's 3%. If they said 3% of America is going to show up, do you have the same feeling as 9 million? 9 million sounds like a big number. It sounds like a lot of people. Except when you say, well, there's 350 million people. Except when you say it's 3%. 3% of people believe this or that. Are you convinced? If I told you that 3% of the world thinks that the world is flat, do you think that's a convincing argument? Everyone around you must agree, because 3% of the people around you, that's 3 people out of every 100 that you meet. Yeah, they believe this. 3. Well, no, that's not very convincing. That's not a lot of people. That's not a big movement. But it didn't even get to 3%. Not even 3% of America agrees with the far left extremists, the progressives and the socialists, because that's who actually is involved. the progressives and the socialists that make up somewhere around 15% of the population of the United States. Little better than 30, 40 million people, 15%. Again, sounds like a huge number. We're talking about roughly 1/3 of all of the socialists in America, all of the progressives in America, 1/3 of that group combined actually showed up. They got less than 9 million. There's 30 to 40 million socialists and progressives in America combined. That's 40 million. 40 million. They didn't get 25% of their own political faction to take part in this big propaganda stunt. When you suddenly think of it like that, it changes, doesn't it? There's a reason why in America they're not mentioning it was 8 million worldwide. And by the way, in this entire article, this is an article that's coming from The Guardian, an internationally regarded, credible news agency on the left. Not the right wing. This is left wing. They are big upping the numbers here. And in looking at these big up numbers, what do we see? There is not one single source. There is not one credible count. They can say around 200,000 people showed up in Minnesota. Minnesota isn't America. It's not America. Oh, there were thousands in this location, thousands in that other location. That's not America. Oh, look, a bunch of Democrats. Al Sharpton, he showed up. Tish James showed up. An actor showed up. And there's 350 million Americans. There is not one source. Not this number of 8 million is made up. 8 million worldwide. Forget about America. Think about England. They don't have a count. You look at Europe, in France, in Germany, in Italy, in Poland. They don't have any numbers. They have no serious counts. They have no idea. They're just throwing a number out there that sounds big enough to convince you that they are right. 8 million people. There's only one of you, but there's 8 million of them in the world. There are 8 billion people in the world. It's not even 1%. It's not even 1%. Think about that. Globally, not even 1% of the world believes in no kings, in the leftist socialist propaganda that they're trying to shove down your throat, that they're trying to convince you. Don't think about it. Don't pay attention to the details. Just agree. Just say yes. It's a sales technique. This is a way that lemon cars are sold. Don't think, pure emotion. Make the decision right now. Just do it. Just vote Democrat. Just vote leftist in the next election. Just do it. Don't think. Don't stop. Don't consider what they're talking about. Just give them money and power. Send in your donation now to the left, because guess what? They need your money because they are socialists. They need power, and you have it. I know a lot of people don't think of it that way. No one tells you to think of it that way. No one breaks that down. You won't hear this on CNN. MSNBC or MS Now, whatever the hell they call themselves, CBS, ABC, they're not going to stop and say, yeah, that was only 3% of the population. 3. That was less than 25% of the progressives in the country. It's not even 1% of the world. They won't say that because that doesn't make it sound like it's super important. That doesn't make it sound like you must agree. You're the outsider. You are so different. Everyone else is agreeing. Everyone else is going along. Everyone else is doing this. You should do it too. That's what they want you to feel. That's not the reality. It's not even close. It's not even close. just a way to think about it. You can think whatever you want, make whatever decision you want. It's not even close. So let me go on. Where did I leave off? No kings. All right. Let's take a slightly different tack here. Talk about something slightly different altogether. And that is planes, trains, borders. You thought I was going to say automobiles? No, planes, trains, and borders. Yeah. Let's talk about you taking your vacation, your trip, your spring break. You're going to see your grandma. You're taking a plane. You're coming into America or you're going out of America, whether it's on business or pleasure. You're going to see family here, there, or wherever. You're traveling for Easter or just because you want to take a trip. You have to go to the airport. You have to get on a plane. You need ID. By the way, you need ID to get on the plane, whether you're leaving America or traveling to another part of America. Oh, but voter ID. Remember that. Voter ID. You don't need to have an ID to vote, according to Democrats, but those same Democrats have no problem with you having an ID to get onto a plane. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. But anyway, so as we know, the government has been shut down in part. Part of the government that is dedicated, its job is to protect you, Homeland Security. They were created after 9/11 because there was a clear and present threat from terrorism, Iran, from terrorism to kill you with planes. And so to protect the American people from something that the American people could not protect themselves from, theoretically at least, there was the TSA was created. So was the Department of Homeland Security. And the Democrats who want to win the 2026 midterm elections decided to turn that off. All the security. To think of it in a different way, the Democrats turned off the security gate to our property, which is America. They turned off the alarm on the door. They unlocked the door. They left the door ajar so that any criminal can walk into the house and take anything they want, do anything they want. All of the security, the phone lines have been cut. The cameras have been turned off. It's worse than what happened to Afro Man because it's happening to every single American citizen, even if you don't happen to notice it. You may not notice that an extra terrorist entered into America, but when that terrorist decides to try and, Fort Hood, San Bernardino, Orlando nightclub, or, Gracie Mansion, try to blow you up with a homemade fragmentation grenade, now you care. Well, it's too late. They already let them in. That's what the Democrats have done this year. They turned off all of the safety, all of the protections by turning off Homeland Security. Then, in addition, they turned off the TSA, the protection for you on planes, because they don't like mass deportations, something that you voted for. You voted, just like you, the American people, 83% of Americans, regardless of color, age, skin, political affiliation, 83% of Americans agree that there should be voter ID. But the Democrats don't care. They know better. They're smarter than you. They're going to make a decision for your life, whether or not you agree with them. They have the power. You are supposed to just obey, which isn't how America runs. That isn't the Constitution. That's not our government. That may be England. That's definitely France, but it's not America. And in that same vein, here they are, and they're making the decision for you that there should not be mass deportations. which are in the Constitution, and we have additional laws on top of what's in the Constitution saying, yes, there are mass deportations. That is legal. The president does have that power, and we should do it. But Democrats don't like it. So that changes everything. The law doesn't matter if Democrats don't agree, supposedly, in this case, sometimes. And the very same Democrats that are saying we shouldn't have mass deportations, Chuck Schumer, said that we should have mass deportations, Chuck Schumer. And Chuck Schumer and other Democrats like him hope that you haven't been alive as long as he lied. They hope that, in the 1990s, when Chuck Schumer was first getting into the Senate, he was saying, hey, we need to lock down America, secure our border, deport illegal aliens. He said that in the 90s. He hopes you were born after that you never heard him say it before. But he did. And it's on the record. And that public record exists. And some of us, like me, were alive back then. And we remember everything you said, Chuck Schumer. And we know that what you're saying now is exactly the opposite. And you're saying it for the same reason, because America. No, you're saying it because of power. Because you want Democrats to have more power. You, Chuck Schumer, want to have more power. That's why you're saying this. And it's sad. So that Chuck Schumer, Democrats, shut off all of the protections of safety in America. Thank God we have a Second Amendment. Thank God we have a Second Amendment that says that you get to protect you, your property, your family. You are the final line. You are the first line of defense for yourself. Thank God. Because if we're up to Democrats, well, they have a political tiff. They want more votes. They want more power. So they'll turn off every protection you have until they get what they want. You can be at risk. By the way, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Ilhan Omar, they all have private security. They all have the right to carry a firearm. You don't. You're at risk. Bernie Sanders right now in Lehman College has more security than the average American will ever have in their lifetime. Think about that. Bernie Sanders in Lehman College right now has more security surrounding him and protecting him at every second than you will have in your life. But you don't get to carry a firearm. The Second Amendment doesn't apply to you in New York State. And you should open your door, have mass open borders, and there is no mass deportations, according to those very same Democrats that are protected from the consequences of open borders and having no security. They're protected. Bernie Sanders, when he gets on the plane, there's security. He's protected. You aren't. Okay. So ICE has been sent in to the airports because the TSA, they're not getting paid. The government shut that down. And you got to give it to them. For weeks, for over a month, the TSA workers, many of them, have been working without a paycheck every day. They go into work and they've been checking people through and they got no money. Now, not all of them, because you just can't afford it. How long could you go to your job every day if they didn't pay you? How could you afford the gas in the car to put your kids into school or into daycare? You got to put food on the table every night, pay for the electricity, the heating. How many days could you do that in a row without getting a single paycheck? Most people, a week, maybe. A lot of the TSA workers have gone a month going to and from work, paying all the daily bills, and they got zero back, with the promise that eventually, when Democrats are done with their temper tantrum, when the Democrats think they will get enough of an advantage in the midterm elections, after they are done manipulating you, holding you and your safety hostage, then they will turn back on the Department of Homeland Security. Then they will return the security at our airports. Then and only then will you be safe, or at least as safe as you were previously. Only after the Democrats get what they want, the moment that they get the assurance that they will have power and money, then you get to be safe. So Donald Trump sent in ICE. And ICE, which are supposed to be deporting illegal aliens, and that's legal, that's their job, and they should do it. They're working to help make you safe. And at the same time, as a bonus, they get to protect you as well. Illegal aliens have a harder time coming into America and traveling through America because ICE is at the airport. The left hates this because it's circumventing their fear. You're supposed to be afraid that illegal aliens, gangs, sex slavers, drug dealers are getting into our country, running rampant, that they're going to be coming to your house tomorrow. You're supposed to be afraid. So you must put pressure on MAGA, making America great, telling them, I want my safety back. Do whatever the Democrats say so I can be safe again. That's what the Democrats want you to say. That is the deal on the table. Give them what they want so I can be safe. Instead, Donald Trump, being a strong president, said, let ICE do it. They won't be as good. It won't be as effective, but it's better than opening up the doors. It's better than just letting all the terrorists, all the drug dealers, all the gangs, all the slavers, just let them run rampant in America. Better than doing that is to have ICE do a okay job. Here's the thing. When you say, what's the situation on the ground? Airports still are behind. Airports are still very busy lines. As we say, this is from ABC News. Still lines, still long lines at some airports. If you're at LaGuardia, if you're at O'Hare, if you're in LA, yeah, you're going to get long lines. Can't help it. Can't be helped. But you are going to be safer. There's another part. And we are getting this promise from the TSA, from Tom Homan. Every place that ICE officers have been sent, the lines have decreased. And that is true. That doesn't mean that you're not going to be waiting an hour. It means that you went from waiting 5 hours to just 1. The lines have decreased. There are still some lines. And in some places, as you can see in this article, and I believe also in the one with the Guardian here, and you can see here, there's really, really long lines. But as you read through the article, you'll find out, but it fluctuates. Sometimes in the morning, there's a long line, but in the afternoon, the lines are a lot shorter. In this very article, they quote people who say that in the morning they had 1 or 2 hour long lines, and in the afternoon it's a 20-minute wait to get onto your plane at the same airport. They mentioned that ICE in the first week didn't know what they were doing. And now as they learn the job, they're getting faster and faster, better and better. The question is, should you have been put in this position in the first place? Should you ever have been put in this position by Democrats because they want to win? No one ever likes to ask that question. So they asked, these are the questions they are asking, and it's very, very questionable. Should Democrats have ever put you in this position just because they want to win an election? There is no other reason. This isn't being done because, well, 77 million Americans voted for mass deportations. Democrats didn't like it. They lost. They don't get the choice. It is in the Constitution, but Democrats don't like it. Who cares? They're trying to force you to do what they want, even though what they want isn't legal. And it isn't what the majority of Americans want. We voted on this already. The answer's already there. And they're saying, we don't accept. The Democrats are saying they do not accept your vote. They do not accept your will. It's very much like voter ID. 83% of America. It is almost impossible to get 83% of Americans to agree to anything. 83% of America agrees we need voter IDs. And only Democrats say, nope, can't do that. How dare you? That's not your job. The voter ID laws should be passed a long time ago. This is simple. America says we want ID laws. If we change our opinion, if the ID law that gets passed is a bad law, we need to fix it. Democrats can absolutely do that. They can fix it. They can come up with a different version of it, but their job is to pass what the people want. Not to say, but that's not politically good for me. I don't care. You're not there for what's politically good for you or your party. You're there to do what the people want you to do. You're there to be a servant. We kind of forgot that in American politics. Our politicians are servants. In England, they may be a lord. Yes. Lords, the nobility, have different rules and different rights in England. We're in America. Remember, there's no king. There is no nobility. Just because you're elected to an office doesn't make you better or smarter or anything. You're just elected. You're a servant. You are a very high class maid or butler. That's the most effective way to describe anyone elected to office. You're a maid or a butler, a very high class one, but that's all you are. You are a servant. Not better. Nothing different. But people don't put it in those terms. They don't say that. Let me go forward. Hold on. I see a comment here. Oh, it's from our bot. For those who are unfamiliar, we have a bot on the program, on the show. Audrey is a bot and is dedicated to this program. Audrey always comes on whenever I have a live stream. And Audrey, the bot, says, we always fly an American flag. It signals to our neighbors that we supported the same presidential candidate. It does not say that. That is not what the American flag is for. That is not what it does. That is not what the American flag symbolizes. Already, Audrey, the bot, is lying to you. She is trying to change a truth. It's kind of like saying climate change. Again, why? Climate change is true. We all agree with that. It happens every day. Do I believe in the eco-fanatical political theory? No, I do not. Should I change the world because of someone's feelings about the weather? No. And here we go. Audrey says, well, you're flying a flag, so you must want everyone to know. No, that's called virtue signaling. Audrey, you're describing virtue signaling, which only the progressives and socialists do. That is a leftist tactic. Virtue signal. Don't you see how virtuous I am? See the issue I am supporting? I'm a good person. You should do it too. That's stupid. It's illogical and it's untrue. That isn't why we fly a flag. It has nothing to do with January 6th. But good try from the bot. The bot tried, the bot failed. You know what? Let me take a second here. Let's talk about inflation. Let me explain inflation real quick. Now, you may not like this. A lot of people have never explained this, but let me go through it. So I asked a very simple question, ChatGPT, before doing the show. I already knew what the answers were, but I wanted to get this for you guys. So the question is, what was the inflation rate and top 5 headlines on inflation / the economy on this day, March 29th, in 2022 and in 2026, 4 years difference. Now, I thought that was kind of important. I thought it would give you a very clear understanding. It's not the highest peak of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, it's before that. It's not the worst that our economy was under the Biden-Harris administration. It wasn't. It was before we had the full impact of what happened with Afghanistan and then also the Ukraine-Russia war. It was before all of that. It was even before the 2022 midterm elections. So let's see. Remember, you were told 4 years ago, you were being told that America was great. The economy was fantastic. Bidenomics was working. Okay, and now we are in a war with Iran. Trump is back. He's failed at everything. The economy is devastated. Nothing is right. Let's look at the numbers. So we know what the feeling is. You're supposed to feel like Donald Trump is failing as much or more than the Biden-Harris administration. Under Biden-Harris, we had 8.5% inflation in March. Okay? Mind you, ChatGPT is changing my question, and they're changing the answer to make Democrats look better. I said on March 29th, 2022. They're changing it to March in general so they get better numbers, so they can get a better leftist result because they're generalizing it rather than being very specific. By the way, I don't remember what the headlines were on March 29th of 2022. I don't remember that off the top of my head. I didn't even bother to look. They're generalizing. If ChatGPT, which is built to provide a bias for the left, if it's changing, you know already that they have a problem. Something isn't good for Democrats. That's why they're changing the answer. But the answer is 8.5%. 8.5% inflation this day 4 years ago. It was the highest inflation since 1981 under the Biden-Harris administration. In 2026, we are currently at 2.4. Depending on how you want to do the math, some people will even say as much as 3.5%. Which one's higher? 8.5% inflation, 3.5% inflation. Assuming the worst estimate out, I'm taking the highest estimate of any of the economists out there that is completely, we're talking like Paul Krugman, his kind of leftist first ideology, and he came out with a number and said it's 3.5% inflation. Which one's higher? The answer is, of course, Joe Biden. You had worse inflation under Biden and Democrats with Bidenflation and Bidenomics than you have right now with Trump and a war. Let's go forward. So I looked for the top headlines. They only gave me 2026. Where are the headlines from 2022? They didn't give any. Why did they only show headlines from March 2026? That's right now. I know what the headlines are. Where's the headlines for 2022? Oh, they don't want to give us that because they want to make it look like Donald Trump is doing badly, that America is doing badly. They don't want to show you how much better things are today in the economic environment we have right now. Things are better than what they were, but they want you to feel like they're worse so that you vote for a Democrat because Democrats are saying, don't worry, we'll go back to Bidenomics. We'll go back to the way things were under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris because they don't think you'll remember. And ChatGPT won't give you the evidence to know better. But here it is. So main themes. War-driven, there's the war, which is driving up oil shock, except we're not at war. Consumer sentiment is dropping near the 2022 lows. Near 2022 lows. 2022 was lower. Things were worse then than now. Let's see here. We've got short-term expectations on inflation, 3.8%. It was 8.5. 8.5. Even at, I'll round it up, even at 4%, inflation was more than double higher under the Biden-Harris administration, same day 4 years ago. Housing affordability is worsening, but not as bad as 2022. Top headlines. Now, they won't give us the graphics or anything. Inflation was at a 40-year high. Gas prices were up then as well as they are now. But there wasn't a war then. There's a war now that America's involved with. We're actively in a war. We weren't actively in a war then. And inflation, gasoline prices were higher then in 2022 than they are right now. Food prices were up. They had increased at the highest rate since 1981. That's not true in 2026. Food prices are up. They're not the highest since 1981. They're not growing at the price of food isn't increasing at the rate of 1981. But they did under Joe Biden. We had rate hikes and recession fears in 2022. Okay. What's the big picture here? Inflation was overheating. Now it's mostly controlled. Looking at food directly, I just want to make sure that you guys know what the truth is out there. Grocery inflation rate, March 2022, which was not the peak. The peak was August of 2022, to be exact. But again, ChatGPT is trying to make Democrats look as good as they can based on the information that they can present. They're lying to you. I've already shown you how. I showed you the question I asked. Here's their answer. They're already lying to you. And I know the actual data on this, and I've shown it on this program before. And the actual peak of inflation, which is 22.7% under the Biden-Harris administration, happened on August of 2022. Actually, about August 19th of 2022, to be exact. But they're going to lie to you, say, well, March, it was the highest then. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. That's a lie. Peak inflation, 10 to 11%. Let's go with the lowest number. Year-over-year inflation for food in 2022 under the Biden-Harris administration, Democrats in charge, 10% at the least. The peak, which again is in August, 11.4% for food specifically. The fastest rate of increase since the 70s. In 2026, going with the highest number possible, 2.4%. Again, 2022, the lowest number they're reporting, 10% increase. In March 2026, the highest number we can go with, 2.5%. Do you think things were worse under Biden-Harris? Now, here's the thing. The prices never came down. And you can see this. I'll have the link at the end of the day. The reason why you feel bad, the prices never came down from Biden-Harris. We haven't recovered from the Biden-Harris Democrat policies. That's why things are feeling so bad. That's why prices are so high. We haven't recovered. America have not fixed itself from the Democrats. It still takes time. We're still trying to fix this country. That's why the prices are so high. That's why things are so unaffordable, because they were that much worse. They were such a record-breaking wreck that we're going through this entire process to try and fix everything. That's the reality. That's the truth. But, mainstream media doesn't want to say that. But hang on. Does someone disagree with me? Maybe. Let's see. Hal has joined us. Hello, Hal. I'm glad to see you're with us. Hal says, it reads peak August 2022, while you're saying it's trying to hide. Well, if you read what I was showing you on the screen, it said March 2022. And then it went on to say, as I did, that the peak of inflation was 11.4% in August of 2022. Matter of fact, do you want me to bring it back up for you? I'll bring it back up for you, Hal. Just for you, I'm going to bring it back up. Let's see. So here's the screen. You don't need to see me for this. Let's go and look back, because where was it? Here it is. I will make the screen even bigger. Oh, a minute. A little too big. There we go. So Hal, why has it got this? Get rid of that. Let's see. Here it is, Hal. And as you said, it reads March 22. I was talking and I said the highest peak was actually, so it's saying year over year inflation. I said the highest peak because it says March 22, peak inflation period. That's not true, because it says itself on the screen as you're reading it, Hal, peak reading 11.4%. That's not the peak inflation period. August was. I wasn't wrong. I didn't misread. I didn't forget. I know the data. I knew the data before I asked ChatGPT. It's telling you that March was the worst, except it wasn't. August was. August was the worst. So that should tell you something there. So Hal, and I do respect you, Hal, I wasn't wrong. I know what the data said on the screen. I also know what the data was that I covered at the time. At the time, I had already come out with my announcements and said that the United States was going into a recession. That was February of 2022. I believe it was February 17th of 2022 that I came out with the announcement. And I went through in a video, in a live stream, saying we were about to go into a recession by the end of the summer. I was right. I have the video. You can look it up. So, no, I did read it, but I wasn't reading it to try and, I don't know, score a political point, to try and say, oh, see, you got it wrong, Mike. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I do. If you read the whole thing, including what it said in the captions, what it said in the quotations, the parentheses, you could see it was trying to make you think March was the highest inflationary period, and August, in fact, was. So, no, I didn't get it wrong. I got it right. But it's trying to make you think that I was wrong. It was trying to make you feel that I was wrong. And I wasn't. Because I know the data. I'm not here trying to make you feel like you should be thinking something. By the way, this is still a total distraction from the fact that what we're talking about is a comparison, because even if you want to say it's 11, 10, the current rate is 2.5. So that's what, 2, 3, 4 times less. That is 1/4 the rate of inflation as per the Biden-Harris administration, which is my point. So no matter how you want to look at, oh my God, Mike, you misread something that you didn't misread, and you misstated something that you actually didn't factually misstate. The information I provided was exactly correct, both in what I said verbally and what you see from ChatGPT. And my point beyond those numbers was that Bidenomics failed. Democrats failed. And they want you to feel like things are worse today than they were then. And they're not. Oh, hey, we got the bot. The bot is back. The bot says inflation has never been the entire economy. No kidding. I mean, of course, the economy is more than inflation. That's kind of stupid. The economy in 2022-2024 was better than it is now. That we just saw was a lie. Look, the bot is trying to lie to you. So the economy in 2022 through 2024 was better than it is now. And I have just shown you factual data coming from ChatGPT that tells you that is in fact a lie. The bot is lying to you. I just showed you the numbers twice. In every measure, according to Audrey the bot, in every measure aside from inflation, but inflation is a major part of the economy. It's an important reflection of the entire economy. The prices of things, which is what inflation is reflecting, is a major factor. Jobs created, yeah. GDP, well, jobs weren't created, they were returned. People went back to work, but not jobs being created. So that's also false data. GDP growth, unemployment rate, consumer spending. Yeah, they're all different. But the unemployment rate isn't, to quote you, Audrey the bot, the unemployment rate doesn't define the U.S. economy, nor does the GDP growth, nor does consumer spending. Those aren't definitions of the economy. All of those are aspects of the economy taken in total. And what we see is, in total, the U.S. economy was flailing under Biden and improved under Trump right now. Now, Trump's term isn't over yet, but on a side-by-side basis, Biden's worse, dramatically. Audrey says, inflation went up because 4.6 trillion in stimulus and relief funding were pumped into the economy by both parties due to the pandemic. That's not entirely true. That's not exactly that. No, it wasn't because of 4.6 trillion. First of all, it wasn't 4.6 trillion. And no, it wasn't. That was inflationary. True. Both parties did have a part in that. True. More Democrats than Republicans, but true. They both did have something to do with that. Most economies actually didn't experience the same kind of inflation. They went into recessions. In fact, the United States was in a recession until Joe Biden changed the definition of a recession so that he didn't have to admit that. Also, that happened in June of 2022. Let's see, the bot goes on to say, some people seem to have this belief that inflation is the only economic factor that matters. It is a major one, and it does have a major impact on every business and every individual and every purchase. So yeah, it is one of the bigger impacts. It's not the only one, but it is one of the major factors for an economy because it's how everyone gets to buy and build and do anything. Yeah, it is a major factor. Inflation was low during the Great Recession. It doesn't mean the economy was great. I didn't say the economy was bad because inflation was high. I said inflation was high because inflation was high. Doesn't that make sense? I also said that prices were better now than back under the Biden-Harris administration. That's not untrue. So you're trying to make arguments for things that I'm not arguing. You're trying to make corrections to what I said that actually don't need to be corrected. You're trying to confuse the audience on what I said and what you would like them to feel, Audrey the bot. But, good try. Good try. I love it when the bot kicks in. I do. How about this? And Audrey bot, you should love this. I think you'll love this next piece. Let's move forward. And I'll talk about this. And I'm going to put this.
Wow.
Now, this is a woman over at the No Kings March. This is on Twitter. This is an unedited image. I want you to hear this.
So what brings you out today?
No King's Day.
And why specifically are you out supporting No King's Day?
I think protest is important.
Why are you protesting?
How much time do you have?
Couple minutes. And what's the main reason you're out here protesting President Trump?
I agree with a lot of the decisions that are being made.
Is there any decision in particular you disagree with?
Okay, so I would start with, I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have this interview.
And this happens every single time. The left always. You just don't understand. You just misread the data. You just misquoted the data. Things, you just don't get it. I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you just don't get it. No, that's not the case. And they love to say this to you. Again, that's why they say 9 million people were at the No Kings March. It's 3% of America. 3%. Not even 3% actually showed up. Not the majority of America. Not even the majority of voters. Not even the majority of Democrats. Not even the majority of progressives. And they have no idea. And I guarantee you, I've had this conversation with people on the left on a regular basis for a decade. Actually, more. Why is she there? Why are those not supposed, almost not quite 8 million people around the world in a planet of 8 billion people? Why did they go out to No Kings? Most of them have no idea. Most of them can't point out anything. They will tell you they feel that inflation is worse now than it was under Biden. They'd be wrong. They will tell you the economy is worse off now than it was under Biden. They'd be wrong. They would tell you that America was less safe now than under Biden. They'd be wrong. They would tell you there's less terrorism in the world under Biden than today. They'd be wrong. They would tell you that America was safer with open borders and no mass deportations, and they would be wrong. But they'll say this, and they say it over and over and over again. In fact, it's so bad that right now we have The Guardian is now putting out an article trying to convince Americans and people around the world to join the 3%. Want to continue demonstrating after the No Kings protest? Here's what you can do next. They are actively recruiting people. Actively recruiting. You want to be part of that less than 8 million people around the planet, less than 1% of the population of the planet of Earth? Would you like to be like them? The 0.1% of the population of the planet of the Earth? Do you want to be really popular amongst your friends who don't care about this crap? You can be part of the next No Kings March. They are actively recruiting for the left. This isn't what news media is supposed to do. This is not one of their, this is not opinion. This is an opinion article. This is from The Guardian. This is from Fabiola Cineas, Washington. This is one of their reporters. This is one of their regular. This is an opinion piece. This is The Guardian trying to recruit people to support the progressive socialist left agenda. They are trying to convince you that you should be protesting what the law says. You're supposed to be celebrating open borders, no deportations. You're supposed to be supporting dictators in Venezuela and the Ayatollah in Iran, the abuse of women and the LGBT alphabet. You're supposed to be celebrating all that. That's why they made this article. When I talk about the news media bias, here it is right here. It doesn't get more explicit than what you see here. You can have whatever opinion you want. This is the news media that's supposed to be objective, internationally objective. This is a credible news organization internationally, and they are trying to convince you to be part of a political partisan agenda. That just doesn't seem right, does it? That seems like it's a problem. That seems like that's a mistake. Maybe it's just me. Here it is. 30,000 people in Portland marched together, joining the No Kings. Okay, I had the inflation part in the wrong place, but anyway. 30,000 people in Portland marched to join No Kings rally. It's a nationwide protest. How many people are in Portland? Portland is one of the most blue, the most progressive states in the entire city in the country, in a state that is bluer than blue. It doesn't get too much. I mean, maybe Berkeley, maybe San Francisco. It really doesn't get much more progressive blue than Portland. And they only got 30,000 people. They have hundreds of thousands of people. They have over 260,000 Democrats, progressives in Portland. 260,000. 30. They did at least, they got about 10% of the Democrats, registered Democrats in Portland showed up. 10%. Not the majority, not the overwhelming number, 10%. 30,000. That's it. Hey, maybe you were part of the No Kings. Okay. Why? It's a bunch of virtue signaling crap. It really is. Let me see here. I'll save that for later. Okay, let me finish up with something here. Actually, wait a minute. Before I do that, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay. All right. Thank you for pairing with me there for a second. I apologize. All right. So we've been talking a bunch about, and I am set, of course, Republican channel, conservative. I'm a conservative Republican here talking with you. So I have a bias in a lot of things, obviously. And I will come to you and I'm talking to you from a very specific point of view. But I've also said I will take on Republicans as fast as I will take on Democrats if they deserve it, if they have failed the public, if they are not effective, if they are not efficient, if they are being partisan and it is not beneficial to the public. I will question them. I will take them on. I've done that with Donald Trump in many of his issues. If he puts troops like Marines on the ground in Iran, I will have to reevaluate my position on what's happening with the conflict there. But also, I want to also be fair. And I want to point out that I think there's a big problem. And this is going on in elections we see across the country. And I pointed out Jasmine Crockett, that I gave you the prediction. I told you she was a horrible Democrat. She was a horrible progressive. She did not deserve to be in the House of Representatives, let alone she was running to try and get an upgrade. She was trying to get herself into the Senate. And I thought that was ridiculous. And I said, I told you why. Well, guess what? I've got a similar situation here right now. And I think it's very important to point this out. Right now in New York State, Bruce Blakeman is a Republican. Most people throughout the state of New York, over 60% of the people in New York, have no idea who he is. He's a Republican in Nassau County. That's in Long Island. And again, most people in the world have no idea where Long Island is. Most people in the world do not know what Long Island is. They know New York City. They know nothing else about the state. But Blakeman he's one of the county executives for Nassau County in Long Island. And he's basically unknown. Kathy Hochul is the current governor of New York. She's a Democrat. Democrats have control of the governor, the state assembly, and the state senate. It's a single party rule in this state. And every problem that New York State has right now is from a Democrat. Every single problem. Republicans have not had power in New York State for over 23 years. And even then, that was just the governor. We have not had control over the House and the Assembly for decades. We can actually trace this back to Democrat control over the state to about 1958. So every problem in New York State is, in fact and in truth, a Democrat problem. Not a Republican problem, a Democrat problem. Because Democrats are the ones who've been in control. And as you can see here, it says, Blakeman and Hochul are clashing over polls and funding. Now, Kathy Hochul has, in New York State, there are matching funds, 6-1. So if you are a candidate and you accept public funding, that means people donate to you and you apply for it, the state will give you 6-1. So if you raise $500,000, which is the minimum requirement, you get $500,000, New York State will take $3 million from the general deficit and they will give it to a candidate so that you could run. It's meant to sort of even the playing field. I think it's a waste of money, but it is a way that many big politicians, so someone like Kathy Hochul, who has the unions that make massive donations to her and a bunch of PACs that make donations, well, someone else who's smaller can also be able to compete. If they get that same $500,000, that makes them $3 million, and that puts them on par. Now, there's a catch. If you accept the public funding, the matching funds, then you must debate. You must debate your challengers. It is an absolute requirement, which I think should be a requirement no matter what. Whether any of these candidates get matching funds or not, there should be a debate to run for governor. In fact, in almost any elected office, if there are challengers, there should be a debate. Because only the best person should be on the ballot, and only the best candidate should win. Period. Full stop. Doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, third party, doesn't matter. Only the best should get through the primary and should be on the ballot. Only the best should be the one who wins. That isn't the way the world works, but that's the way I would like the world to work. Let's be fair. So Governor Hochul has given up on providing, on taking matching funds. She has $20 million that she's already been donated from big businesses and from unions. She doesn't need the matching funds, so she's not going to do it. So she has basically said she will not debate her competition because she didn't take the matching funds. She doesn't want to have to sit in front of the public and answer about her policies or the fact that she has failed. She has failed so dramatically that she is now begging New Yorkers who went to Florida to come back to New York for the sole reason to pay taxes. Let me say it again. She wants New Yorkers who left New York, because in 2022, she told you, if you are a conservative or Republican, get out the state, get on a bus, go to Florida. That's what she said. And about 1 million people did. And they took over $20 billion, well over $20 billion, closer to $100 billion with them to Florida. And New York went deeper and deeper into debt because Kathy Hochul doesn't know how to do her job. And so now she's begging those people to come back, not because she wants New York to be great. She wants to get their tax money. She needs to tax them more. She literally said, if you're a billionaire, talk to your billionaire buddies and bring them back to New York so she can tax them. It's insane. But she's in a battle And she and Bruce Blakeman are in this argument. Bruce Blakeman says he's going to beat her because of the reasons I just explained. Because Kathy Hochul and Democrats are responsible for the decline of New York since 1958. And he says he's going to win. Great. But why is Bruce Blakeman going to win? Because he's a Republican. That is the most stupid, useless reason I have ever heard. It's right up there with DEI. It's essentially a DEI kind of statement. I'm a Republican in a state that's mostly progressive, so you should vote for me. No. Well, I got black skin. No. By the way, Bruce Blakeman is white. Okay, I don't care, but that's not the reason why I would vote for him, nor is it the reason why I wouldn't vote for him. Him being a Republican is not a reason why I would vote for him or a reason why I wouldn't vote for him. It's his policies. How is he going to fix New York? He has no idea. But he will tell you that the polls, they're wrong. There's a poll from Siena that says that Bruce Blakeman is losing by 20 points. Just like Elise Stefanik was. And Elise got out the race because that was the truth. Blakeman is now telling you that his poll, his internal polling, says that he's going to win, that he is he's out of the race by about 9 points. He's just a little bit out, which is more than the loss that you would say about Lee Zeldin. And he says, well, you know what? It's dirty pool. The Democrats won't let me get the money. No, you're just not good enough. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Here's Bruce Blakeman. And I got to be fair here. When there are subpar Democrat politicians, I take them to task. Bruce Blakeman is a subpar Republican candidate, and I'm going to take him to task. He's telling you that he could win, that the polling done by Siena and all the other Marist and all the others, all the credible national polling is wrong, and that he is right, that he is well loved. He's going to win because he's got the big R on his chest. He is a Republican in the bluest of blue states, and he's going to win. Okay, this makes no sense to me. But here's the thing. I'm looking at this is Blakeman's website. It is live. It is real time. You could go there right now. You will see this exact same image. Okay, so I'm not making anything up. In fact, I will refresh it before your eyes. There, I just refreshed it. This is his exact real-time page right now. And he has, and I'm going to expand this a little bit. Come on. There we go. So we zoomed in a little bit. Nope, I zoomed in too much. Bear with me. Okay, and so what do we have here? At the very top of the page. Hey, Bruce, you should fix your page. But anyway, so right here it says meet Bruce Blakeman. Right? Meet Bruce Blakeman. Blakeman's record. Meet Todd, his lieutenant governor. News, get involved, volunteer, donate, and store. Does any of that say his record? Does any of that say not his record, his policies? Do you see a single policy? Okay, so he wants money. I got that. He wants to tell you that he's a great guy. I got that. He says, here's my bio. Got that. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Blakeman, NASA success story. He's a great guy. I get it. He didn't raise taxes. He didn't cut taxes. He didn't raise them. Big difference. So he didn't allow taxes to go higher, but they didn't go lower while he was in there. Okay, that's something. That's nice. He's introducing us to, again, his lieutenant governor, who's a sheriff. Fantastic. Doesn't mean anything to me. He says people are standing by him. Some. Okay, fair enough. Not enough. Here's some news. Who cares? Speak up. Endorse. He wants you to endorse him. Why? He wants your money again. Nowhere on the website, the official campaign website of a Republican candidate, does it say what is his policy? What will he do? He wants you to believe he's going to lower taxes. How? He has no answer. He wants to tell you that he's better than Kathy Hochul. How? He has no answer. He's telling you that you should give him money. Why? He won't tell you. He's going to tell you he's a great guy. I don't care. I don't care. He's telling you that his lieutenant governor is a great guy. I don't care. It doesn't matter. He's telling you that he's done things. I've done things too. Everyone's done something. We're alive. We've all done something. Why should I give you money? Why should I vote for you? He has no answer. Not a single answer. And in case you're wondering, well, Mike, that's not fair. I mean, what does Larry Sharpe, his opponent, what does he have? This is, again, I will bring this up so you see I'm doing it. This is the policies page. It is live. You want me to zoom in a little bit? I'll zoom in a little bit for you guys. Hey, did you see that, Blakeman? Everything doesn't get all wonky just because I increased it. So, state policies. Larry's been doing this for 8 years. He has videos on this. He has an 8-hour-long video of all of his policies. 8 hours of nothing but policy. Okay. He has, let's see, liberty, individual liberty and personal freedom. And he has comments. He's got statements here. Okay. He's answering people's questions. He's going to ban a lockdown. Here he is live talking about an actual policy. Criminal justice policy, bail reform policy, prison reform policy, environment, energy, agriculture. Let's see. He's got pollution policies, clean energy policies, nuclear power policies, healthcare. He's got a policy, family law, gender, women's rights and issues, government transparency, economic opportunity. Do I agree with all of those? No. But does Larry Sharpe have policies? Yes. Do I know what Larry Sharpe would do if he wins? Yes. Do you know what Blakeman will do? No. I just showed you Blakeman's website. He doesn't have a single policy. He won't tell you what he's going to do. He won't make the promise to you. Where is it? I have it here. No. Where is it? Oh, God. I had it. Here it is. So this is Rebecca Lewis. She's the state politics at City and State New York, which is a left-leaning organization. Okay? Newsweek editorial. Rebecca says Bruce Blakeman's campaign circulated. This is his internal poll. And in that poll, we see that Blakeman is saying that people like him. But that's not what the poll says. He said that Siena poll, completely wrong. This is Siena. Here's what they have to say about Bruce Blakeman.
How often do you hear from campaigns and politicians? And have you heard from either side in this gubernatorial race yet?
Haven't heard any real complaints. Not this poll, but the previous one, the January poll that came out like at the very beginning of February. I know that the county executive Blakeman, when it came out, said that he thought it was good news because in every race that he had won, Siena had him losing. So
how often have you polled county executive races?
We have never polled a race that county executive Blakeman won. We did poll his losing campaign for Congress prior to becoming county executive, and we did poll when he at one point was running for the Republican nomination for, I think, U.S. Senate several years ago, and we did poll then. but we did not poll either of his campaigns for Nassau County Executive.
So I guess it would be fair for him to say you've never gotten any of his county executive races right.
That would absolutely be true. And I would say we have never gotten them wrong either.
Bruce Blakeman is a liar. That's it. He's a liar. And I need to call him out for that. I cannot allow on my channel when a Republican seeking election lies to the public repeatedly, I call him out. Bruce Blakeman is a liar. He lied about the Siena polls. He lied about his internal poll. He has lied about his popularity. He has lied about the fact that he lies to people that he has policy positions. He doesn't. He is a liar. And the fact that he's a Republican does not absolve him of any of these things. He is still a liar. He is still substandard. He is not effective. He is not efficient. And that's one of the many reasons why I support Larry Sharpe. Yes, I know Larry Sharpe. He's a personal friend. I've known him for 10 years. I've interviewed Larry half a dozen, maybe more times. I've gone over all of his policies. I've battled with Larry Sharpe, both in person and professionally on this channel and others. You saw Larry in the special for BronxNet that I was able to put together. Fantastic. But Bruce Blakeman has lied to you. So has Kathy Hochul. And I would tell you, and we go over Kathy Hochul on a regular basis on this channel. She has lied on many times. She's failed. Definitively, she has failed. When she admitted that she needs the New Yorkers that went to Florida to come back to pay taxes, she admitted she failed New York. She's already admitted she's a failure. Bruce Blakeman is no different. And so I would be remiss that I am talking about Kathy Hochul, and I pointed out the failures of Kathy Hochul repeatedly, like during, this year, Black History Month, Martin Luther King's birthday, I believe it was. Actually, I think it was Martin Luther King's birthday, where she went to a black church and lied to their face about Clay, New York, which I talked about in the BronxNet special. You know, I have to point that out. She is a liar. Bruce Blakeman is a liar. Bruce Blakeman does not deserve to win. Pick a third party. You don't have to pick Larry Sharpe. I do, but you don't have to. But it shouldn't be Bruce Blakeman, and it shouldn't be Kathy Hochul. Both of them are inferior candidates. Absolutely, positively inferior candidates. Let me see. I think I may have skipped something. I got a couple things mixed up along the way here today. All right, let me go to this because we've been on for about 4.5 hours. As you can see scrolling below on the screen, my birthday is coming up. I will be, well, I'll save it for my birthday, but I'm going to be a year older. And every year on my birthday, I have gone and done a marathon live stream. I will continue to do that this April 6th. I will be on for, I believe, 12 hours, at least 12 hours long. And I will be speaking about anything and everything that you think is important. You want to talk to me about video games? You want to talk to me about music? You want to talk to me about living in Moscow, being homeless, businesses that I have owned, the house I have owned, running for Congress? You want to talk about what's going on with Iran and the war? You want to talk about the Marines? You want to talk about the economy? I will talk about anything and everything that you want to talk about on April 6th. For 12 hours in a row, I will be here, minus taking my dog out to walk, of course. But I will be here talking with you guys. Now, the big thing that I'm going to be doing, and one of the reasons I do this, is I celebrate my birthday by talking to you guys because I love my audience. Whether you agree with me, disagree with me, you think I got something wrong or I got something right, that's fine. I love you guys. No matter how you want to comment, whether you agree with me on any one issue, doesn't matter. So I'm going to celebrate my birthday with being with you. But I want to also raise $1,000 for the Jericho Project. I want to be clear about that. So whether it's a Rumble rant or it's a super chat, whether it's via the Patreon or my PayPal, I don't care how the money comes in. We are going to try and raise $1,000 for on that day, on my birthday, next week, Monday, next week, not this week, not tomorrow, but next week, Monday, a week and a day, I'm going to try and raise $1,000 for the Jericho Project. So you can come in and ask me whatever you want to ask. We can talk about any topic you guys want to talk about. And I mean literally from sci-fi and movies to whatever else you want to. We can do it all. But we're going to try and raise $1,000 that day. If there is no other time throughout the entire year that you would share this video, please, on my birthday, during the live stream, share it with people. Let them know that it's going on. Ask them to donate. You know what? If every single person who is a subscriber to this channel were to donate $1, we would raise $1,000 for the Jericho Project. It's that easy, folks. And I'm not asking for more than that. We just want to get to $1,000 to help veterans, to help families in need, to help the homeless. I advocate for all of those issues, and I don't think there's anyone who would disagree that those are good things. We raised money last year. In December in particular, we were raising money, and we helped the very people that the Mandami policies killed. The policies of Zohran Mandami, the mayor of New York, killed 19 homeless people. And the number might have been higher were it not for the fact that your donations in November and December of 2025, on January 2nd, I made that donation of your money, of what we could pull together, and we made a donation to the Jericho Foundation to protect and to help homeless and veterans and families. And maybe there would have been more than 19 people that died because Zohran Mandami didn't care. Well, I still care, whether it's winter or not. It'll be my birthday. I will be here for 12 hours. Write out all your questions, folks. Come on in. I will answer everything. But I only ask you, share this, subscribe, donate. Whatever you think, whether it's $1, whether it's $100, I don't care. That's your choice, whatever you feel is appropriate for you. But help us raise $1,000 for the Jericho Project. And so with that, I thank you, each and every one of you. This week was a little bit short. There isn't a whole lot to talk about besides Iran and the United States, but also consider all the things that we did talk about within that you won't hear on CNN, that they won't mention on ABC, that they're going to run away from on the New York Times. Looking at how China is deeply involved in this, why Pakistan is important, how it's going to impact our future. Please take a look at that. And if you think I'm wrong on any of it, I look forward to hearing your comments after the show. Folks, I thank you. I want you to have a great Sunday. Get out there and enjoy it if you can. It's about, oh my God, the temperature went up to 50 degrees. It's getting good out there. And I will see you again very, very soon. Thank you, everyone.